All right, we should be live right now. Let me look at my today command. So basically, we got some good help on the docs. Thank you very much, Professor Logout. Right, we need to finish setting up the Discord webhook stuff. We started in on the front end to get it selectable in this list now, and that involved a bit of refactoring to what populates this list. But now we need to be able to create a Discord notification, which fails because the back end isn't set up for it yet. So we got some work to do on the back end. We got more work to do on the front end. But basically, I think we're going to follow the exact same flow that our Slack connector does. So it'll be an extra step that you have to do after it's created. Then you click the Connect to Discord button in like the dropdown, and that'll take you through the flow of like authorizing it. We'll see if that works. But we have some back-end stuff to do right now. So the point, the place that is the. Actually, it's all over. Yeah. So we need to create a migration and a model. We're going to do that manually instead of using their scaffolder. Like, we're going to create the migration. Oh, and hold on. What was this? Expect to see an error. Oh, God. Let's just double check. Do we recreate that error? Because we should be able to. Yeah. Right. So this fails because, number one, we just don't handle the Discord notification properly. No function clause matching. Because, yeah, we don't match the Discord part, I believe. So let's go double check on that. But first, before we do anything else, we need to do a... what is it? Doppler run ecto. And actually, no, this is just mix gen. And what's up, Ivan? How you doing? All right, so then this is going to be... I mean, let's look at what we've named some of the other migrations. I think it's like create. I think we typically do create when we're creating a new table. Yeah. So this is create. I feel like we created the Slack one inside of here, but nope. Create notifications email, create notifications Slack, create notifications Discord. Oh, I guess we did need to do that. Well, all right then. And, oh, what's up, Bibby? How's it going, Shiloh, Mr. Sirs? How's it going? It's going well. Yeah. I mean, we have to set up the back end and the front end, but we did enough discovery yesterday that I think we have a good plan going forward. All right, so we create the notification. We probably want to just follow all of this jazz. Yeah, I think we got a good plan. I'm not 100% certain about the whole workspace channel stuff, but I think webhook URL is going to be a thing. I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to see. All right, so we'll call it a server. We could call it a guild. It is going to be channel, though. And thank you for the follow, Death Dark. Welcome. How you doing? And yeah, if y'all really want to start questioning my PHP chops, yeah, I went to the Pacific Northwest PHP conference back in 2015. It's a long time ago. I think this was maybe my second or third conference I ever went to. Could have been fourth. I think technically like WordCamp might have been the first one, just because the company I worked for did a lot of WordPress stuff. Then after that, I believe I went to RustConf. And then it's a toss-up between EmberConf and this one. I forget which one I went to those in the order of. No, this was 2015. I think RustConf was 2016. Yeah. So this was before the RustConf one. Yep. Okay, so I don't know what configuration URL is here. I think the rest is good, though. So yeah, we will run that migration. Cool, that worked. So now we need to create the model for it. What is the progress with Discord? We mainly just did a bunch of discovery, and then we had some like front end stuff to refactor to make this like notification types array better. And that's kind of what we finished, but we didn't actually set up the back end stuff yet. So we're doing the back end stuff now. And then once we do the back end stuff, this form will actually work, and then we can get redirected back to the notifications page, at which point we can then start trying to wire up the whole like webhook process. So yeah, it's basically like the learning process, understanding what we need to do. And then from there, building the back end for it. Technically, we did a little bit of front end stuff first because it's easier and you can see it. And then after that, front end stuff. And then after that, actually wiring up sending of the notifications. The bot work, we haven't touched any of that, but it's really just going to be a REST API request. Like we're just going to send a thing to, I think, the webhook they give us. And problem solved. So like the bot work is very lightweight. Like we've already done the majority of the bot work for Slack and like sending other notifications. And then real quick, Death Dark. What am I recommending for strong front end to start of back end developing? You work with Vue, React, Angular, and use a bunch of buzzwords. Yep. In developing and try to use clear architecture on front end. What can I recommend to start in back end? In the same way that I tend to recommend people use a framework like React, Angular, or Vue, I recommend people use a framework on the back end as well. Death Dark, it really depends on the language that you want to use. If you're familiar with JavaScript, TypeScript already, then that might be a good starting point anyway. So if you want to find a good back-end framework with the bells and whistles, then you can do Adonis or Nest. And it really comes down to like the way they do things and which one you might prefer just from like a top level. So Adonis is really good. And Shiloh, yes, you can use OOP in React. Like, absolutely. Like, I do all of my data fetching using services that are basically a class. Like, you can absolutely do that stuff. Yeah, on the domain logic side or on like your state management side. Yeah, absolutely. That's what object-oriented programming is best at. Yeah, once you've gotten good with a framework, then you can start to piecemeal stuff yourself. But I don't recommend starting without a framework. And that's like the exact opposite of what a lot of people say. People end up saying like, oh, don't learn a framework, learn vanilla JavaScript first. And it's like, no, fuck that. No, learn a framework that teaches you the right patterns, and then you can do vanilla properly. All right, so basically the choice that we're kind of giving you, and there's other choices too, but in general, Death Dark, Nest.js or Adonis are both like full frameworks. Think like Ruby on Rails or Laravel or whatever. They provide all of the stuff you would need to build an API. Whereas if you're going to build with Express or Hono, you have to put that together yourself. And, you know, if it's your first backend framework, I would recommend using a proper, like, full framework. The gist between Nest.js and Adonis is I believe Nest.js relies heavily on decorators. So if you're a fan of how Angular uses decorators, Nest.js is going to be really familiar for you. Whereas Adonis.js does not use decorators as heavily. So it really just comes down to how do you feel about decorators. And I can't make that decision for you. That's really like up to you. We just wanted to at least give you a couple like options. You love decorators. So yeah, I would say Nest.js is the option. Like, yep. And it's just a philosophy thing. Like, it's totally up to you. There's no right or wrong answer. The only wrong answer is to not make one. But yeah, like, see, like, controller, cats, like, there's a bunch of, like, magic in here, right? Like, get versus post. They solve a bunch of that for you rather than, like, you having to do the boilerplate of it. And I think that's exactly what decorators should do. Hide away the boilerplate. Even though it does become a little, like, magical, you know? So yeah, I would say give Nest.js a try. My main recommendation, though, is do not do Nest.js as, like, a proper full stack framework. Treat it like an API that you're consuming from your front ends that you're used to. Because you don't need to worry about like rendering templates or any of that stuff. Just spit out JSON as a proper REST API, but you still get like all that other shit too. Right? You get like the ORM, you get scaffolding and migrations and just like a lot of really nice to have features. But you don't need to do like template rendering. And in fact, I think template rendering from your REST API is a bad idea. But that's a separate thing. So yeah, yep, good luck. I think you got this. It's easy enough. And then once you get really good at building backends with Nest.js, then you can start checking out other languages because the patterns stay the same. So what do I mean by that? Well, if you learn about the structures and the patterns of like an ORM and the routers and like all that shit in Nest.js, it'll then become really familiar when you try another language that has a proper framework too, like Elixir's Phoenix or PHP's Laravel or whatever, right? Once you recognize these patterns, they kind of apply to all of them. Just like with your React, Angular, and Vue, once you understand the patterns of domain logic and state management and all that stuff, then it's super easy, right? Because the patterns stay the same. It's just the syntax that changes. You learn Java Spring and it's almost identical. Yeah, I would assume so, right? Because like once you've understood the parts of a REST API framework, those parts exist everywhere. How they plumb together and the syntax of it may be different, but it's basically like the internal combustion engine. The internal combustion engine is really just air, fuel, and spark. That's it. How they glue those parts together will be different from engine to engine, but the core parts of the general internal combustion engine is just air, fuel, and spark. And by recognizing that, it makes diagnosing any engine way easier. Now, modern engines with their computer bullshit makes that a little tougher, but in general, if you have only worked on Ford inline sixes, you could still diagnose a Pontiac just fine because you have to just identify, are you getting air, fuel, and spark? When you're diagnosing a car that won't start, figuring out one of those three things that isn't working is the process. It just becomes specific about how you test those things on various vehicles. Yep. And yeah, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? So yeah, like when you're debugging an engine problem, well, there's the fuel is flowing, right? I hear the motor kicking in, like for the fuel pump. I hear or I see that there's fuel in the tank. I see that the fuel is making it to the cylinder, right? I see that we have spark, right? So the spark wires and plugs and like the carburetor and all that shit. Not carburetor, sorry. The rotor, right? All that shit's working. Well, then at that point you have an air problem. And it could be a clogged catalytic converter on the output, or it could be a clogged intake. But you can evaluate what is the problem by figuring out what things are actually working. And it's kind of very similar with, REST APIs too. I'm not getting the data I want. Well, is it coming out of the database properly? Okay. Is it making it into the controller properly? Okay. Is it getting put out into your JSON template properly? Oh, that's where the bug is. Boom. Gas flowing through the engine could be a problem if it's an EV. Yes, that's a good point. But yeah, I think that was a great question. And thanks for it, Death Star. It gave me a good chance to rant. And I love a good rant. Oh, and sorry, Shiloh. Have I used gRPC? Not in a major significant capacity. I find gRPC is really only applicable for backends and like micro services. I don't think it's a good mechanism for the front end just because of like the extra weight you have to add to your payload to handle it kind of offsets the amount of like data you're going to be transferring. Now there are edge cases to that, like maybe like stock market data, things like that, where the amount of like data over the wire will in aggregate eventually outweigh the bytes that you had to ship to handle it. But in most applications, you're not data heavy enough for that to matter. I think protobuf is interesting, but for the same reasons, I haven't used it significantly in any like client to server communications, because I just don't think it's worth it. But if you are doing like microservices, gRPC and protobufs are magic. Like, because of the way that they are serialized, you can stop reading a protobuf when you have the data you care about. So when you get to a certain point, oh, I just needed the ID. Well, the ID is the first thing in that payload, so I can stop parsing the entire payload once I get the ID I care about, and then route that to some other microservice. That has a lot of value. Right? Instead of having to like deserialize the entire thing. I've seen some interesting like streaming JSON implementations lately, which is really cool. But yes, for the most part, JSON has to be parsed in total before you can actually know what you want to do with it. With GraphQL, you can similarly just get the fields you need. No, that's not necessarily what we're talking about, Shiloh. No matter what, with GraphQL, even if it's just the fields you need, the thing that is fetching that data isn't always the thing that needs to operate on the data. Like, think about microservice architecture. GraphQL would be a terrible idea for microservice architecture because of the CPU overhead. But when you have one top-level service deciding where does this packet need to go, what other service should I pass it on to, you don't want to parse the entire packet, but you still care about that packet when it gets to the place that needs it. So GraphQL solves an entirely different problem. In general, GraphQL is better as an aggregator of maybe other microservices, but that's from like the read side of things for the client. It's not a thing for microservices. And yeah, like I've heard way too many horror stories of people doing GraphQL as the canonical endpoint for all data fetching, and then there's one thing they try to do that bogs down the CPU, when that one thing could have just been its own separate REST API endpoint or RPC endpoint or whatever, right? Like, a lot of people treat GraphQL as the hammer that hammers all nails, rather than the hammer that solves a very specific case. And 1 second. Can't you write a custom parser to parse the JSON as it comes? Assuming you know the structure, you could stop early, but that wouldn't save you CPU time unless you have crazy traffic. So plus R, that's what I was getting at. There are streaming JSON parsers. Yep. There are. There absolutely are streaming JSON parsers that will parse the fields as they care about them. In general, though, in JavaScript, when you're creating JSON, you don't always have a say over the order of properties. Or if you do want to have a say over the order of the properties, you have to be very explicit about like reserializing those things. And that's just extra overhead for you. Like if you were to like merge two objects, it's up to the runtime to really decide like what order those properties are actually in. Whereas with protobuf, the properties are explicitly given a priority order. Have I ever tried tRPC? No, it just hasn't fit the use cases I needed. I think it's good. I typically don't build persistent JavaScript servers. Theoretically, you could do tRPC in a serverless context. I just don't have much experience with that. I haven't had a need for tRPC because I'm often using different languages on the back end than TypeScript. No, it's definitely valuable if you are JavaScript, TypeScript in your entire stack. But if you're not, then you rely on a library existing for the back end, when instead there's other mechanisms of sharing types to the front end, right? Like OpenAI, or not AI, OpenAPI. And if you've been following this project, I'm using Elixir to generate an OpenAPI spec. And then that OpenAPI spec outputs an SDK of types that I can consume into my front end to make sure that I have the type safety of what the back end is sending and what the back end expects. So I basically get the power of TRPC via OpenAPI specifications. And I find that to be a better pattern. Yeah, let's show it. Let's go to one of these controllers. Let's say the notification controller. So here in this application, right, let me move this over so it's easier to read. I'm using this thing called OpenAPI Specs, which is an Elixir library for generating OpenAPI schemas. I have this plug called cast and validate, which means all of these endpoints where I specify, let's find one where we're creating something, right? Where I specify what the request body is going to be. I have this schema of what I'm expecting as parameters into this endpoint, and I have a schema of what the response is going to be using this operation macro. This operation macro decorates this create function, and from there, I get like validation without me having to run the validator. Because I have that cast and validate plug, which is middleware, it's able to determine, well, does the payload coming into this function match create notification params? And if it doesn't, 422, right? Like user error, you passed us the wrong data. Unprocessable entity, problem. Yes, it's like Zod. Exactly. So if we go and look at create notification params, this one's a little more complicated, but the common params have a name and a type. And that type is going to be one of the values in this enum. So it's very much like Zod. Right? It's validation. So I can do my validation at this level. But then later I run a command and I generate my OpenAPI YAML file from all of those decorators inside of my application. So if we were to look up notification response, right? We see a few of them, but here we go. Keyword notification response, like they're all decorated into this OpenAPI specification. And then I run it through a thing from Hey API, and I turn that into a JavaScript SDK. I'm not using the SDK to make requests, but I am using the SDK for the types that it generates, so I can use those in my TypeScript. So then from there, we can scroll down into where I'm generating those things, which is here in, let me make sure, SDK. And the SDK then has these like types that were generated. So now if we search for that same thing, notification response, oh, if I could spell, right? We see these types that were generated from those decorators that I have in my Elixir. Right? These are then generated from the OpenAPI specification from those decorators, and now I have these available to me in my front end, so I get that like TRPC style type safety. I tend to find the like SDKs where they generate a full-on like client. I tend to find these a little heavy-handed, so I never use them. But I do use the types that are generated. And then, hold on, Content King. How long did it take me to build the REST API? The REST API and the front end were kind of developed concurrently, so I don't have any specific numbers. We've been working on this project for a few months. All right, so you did an attempt in your Java Spring app to auto-document not only schemas, but also all the different error types and responses for each endpoint. It was difficult to do, but it is definitely cool. Yeah, and the thing is, generating those is almost always better than maintaining that stuff by hand. Like, how many times have you been working on a project with a team where, you're looking at the Open API specification as the front end person, and I know I'm sending that, but I'm getting a 400. What is the deal? And then you reach out to the backend dev that worked on it, and they're like, oh, yeah, I forgot to update the Open API spec. You needed this other param. Happens all the fucking time. I've been the person that did it, and I've been the person that was victim to it. Sometimes I'm both. And hold on. So let me get you a link. I'll start playing the next album, or I could play this one. I just got to remember, okay, we're on track 11 on this album. So this album's almost done. But let me just paste the link for you. So yeah, we're on track 11 right now. Track 2 is my favorite one on this album. Track 4 is not bad either. Yeah, no worries, Josh. Sorry about that. It's just the version of this album I have. It's private because I guess they took it off of the label that I bought it from, and now they're hosting it a different way. But I'm not buying it twice. But okay, hold on. Did I have any other comments I should respond to? How long does it usually take to create a REST API? Depends on what you're building. Like there is no rule of thumb. What does your API do? How many domain objects are there? Like, how are you doing authentication? I would say Content King, just start building one. Then you'll figure it out. And however long it took for that API was how long it took for that API. But it's not going to be the same every time. So Shiloh, I'm using Hey API. I think it'll take in the YAML, but worst case scenario, you just got to convert the YAML to JSON, and then it'll take that. But I just don't remember. I could look at how I'm doing it. Coworker wanted you to implement something like TypeScript's type check in Elixir. Sounds fun, no time. Yeah, and really, that's something for the language to do. That's Jose Valim's problem, Yeah, no worries, Shiloh. Yeah, and I think there's others too. That's just the one that I settled on right now. Elixir does have something like type annotations, but it's not a strongly typed language yet. Or technically, it's not a strictly typed language, but it is a strongly typed language due to the pattern matching. And people have gotten on my case about how it's not strongly typed. They just don't understand what strongly typed really means. So yeah, if we were to look at maybe notification here, right? Maybe notification's the wrong one. Email. Right, so you can do this like at type specification. This helps out a lot, but it's definitely not like strong or strict compile time checking. This is just stuff that helps your IDE know a little bit more about things. Is that correct, Brainless? I know way less about Elixir than Brainless here, even though they'll never admit it. Or maybe they'll admit it eventually. But yeah, there's also things that you can do with like at spec. So, right, like if I were to do this and click it, or I thought I could generate it by clicking it. Maybe not. But yeah, this like at spec thing, I should theoretically be able to generate that. Oh, I know why it's failing. Yeah, more like brain full. Exactly. It's failing because of this. We're duplicating the module. So then... No, maybe not. Yeah, here we go. So now if I click it, we can generate this like specification for the chain set. But it's still not perfect. But I really think it's on Jose Valim and like the language team's side of things rather than library authors. Yeah, there's definitely ways. Yeah, it's pretty good, Shiloh, for sure. Can you ask a quick question since you don't know much about front-end dev? Yeah, go for it. Like, just ask the question in the future. Asking to ask a question is usually a futile effort. Just ask. Whatever you want, Content King. Whatever you're familiar with, it doesn't matter. Yeah, we typically frown upon X versus Y stuff. If you have to ask us, I don't know if you're prepared anyway. All right, so we have this notification Discord model. We've generated the table for it by running the migration. Let's double check our notification controller. Actually, let's double check this too. All right, yeah, that's fine. All right, so you've got a Java FX program and you have to move it to responsive UI. You were thinking about Flutter or React? Again, that massively depends. What languages do the people at your company know? If you have Dart experts, then you should probably use Flutter. If you have JavaScript experts, you should probably use React Native. But I still don't understand your questions. What is Java FX? Is that like a desktop application thing? Is that a web application? Okay, so React Native and Flutter don't even solve the problem that you're trying to solve. At this point, your choice is some kind of like Java specific thing. Okay, it's a GUI toolkit. Yeah, so Kenny, you're misunderstanding. You're thinking of Spring, not Swing. Right? Swing is a UI library. Spring is a REST API framework. Those are separate things. Yeah, but they're not talking about web. right? So like whatever you said, it's not relevant. Shooing. But yeah, like Der Suchter, I would look at Electron or Tori. Those are good options. If you want to stick with Java, I don't know. Yeah, did I say that backwards? Tori's nice, but you're at the whims of whatever OS you're on, which means you actually lose a lot of consistency from platform to platform. Whereas with Electron, it's all Chrome, and Chrome works the same everywhere, basically. So it depends on how many platforms you have to deal with. I know React Native Desktop is definitely a thing. I don't know if it's worth it. Resource consumption, that's usually because of the devs. You can make a lightweight Electron app. It's totally possible. You can make a heavy Tori app. It's totally possible. The biggest difference between Tori and Electron is not even like the resource consumption. It ends up being the size of the binary. Really? Are you sure, Space Case? They definitely consume more RAM than Firefox. I don't believe you. And again, that's because of the devs that built it, man. If they want to maintain everything in RAM, Tori's going to do the same exact thing. If they rewrote it in Tori, Obsidian would still be a memory hog because of how they're keeping everything in RAM. Like, that's not Electron's fault. You can decide to free RAM as you see fit. Yes, you have the option of caching things to disk when you don't need them. 100%. Even with Tori, you're using a glorified browser instance for the rendering. However much shit you're keeping in that browser instance is what determines the RAM you're consuming. Way more so than the back end of it. Basically, Shiloh, yes. The difference between Tori and Electron is Tori uses whatever native browser you have, whereas Electron ships an entire copy of Chrome, basically. And then wiring for Node.js and some of that stuff. Yes, being able to fire up dev tools. Yeah, that's an Electron thing for sure. It's not about using different browsers because it uses the one that is native to the operating system you have. And most operating systems have a native browser, regardless of what you install separately. Now that becomes trickier on Linux, but on Windows or Mac, there is a native browser that you can't get away from. You'll never be able to uninstall Safari. You'll never be able to uninstall Edge. But because of that, you no longer have a consistent browser experience and you deal with the same exact cross-browser problems that you deal with on the web. Whereas instead, with Electron, it's always Chrome. Basically, yes, Shiloh. Yep. As with all things, there's trade-offs. Just be aware of the trade-offs and make a decision based on them. There is no one true answer. In some cases, React Native Desktop is actually the thing you should be using. I think those cases are rare though. But Windows uses React Native Desktop in the start menu, right? All those like ads and bullshit that are like fully dynamic. Yeah, that's React Native. Mm-hmm. Oh, this song's good. All right. So yeah, we've got notification Discord here. In the notification controller, we need to do this. Actually, no, we commented those out. And yeah, okay, now I remember, right? We create the details out of band. What that means is when we're creating this via the button that we have in the UI here, all we have is the name and the type. We don't have any other props that it takes in. So that part should actually be good. Let's find the common one. Yep. Yes, that enum looks good too. Yeah. All operating systems ship a native UI library. I don't know what it is on Windows, but yeah, you can totally do it. Right? For Mac, I think it's called UI Kit, but maybe that's old. I just don't remember. I haven't touched it for a while. Yeah, that's ancient by now, but I guarantee that there are some core UI components that Windows has that you basically just call out to. I'm almost positive of that, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I haven't done Mac UI stuff since Objective-C was like the language. I haven't done any significant Swift besides like an SDK here and there. All right, so hold on. If we get the server back running, We try to create notification. We get an error. What is that error now? I actually feel like... Yeah, so in create notification here, and 1 second, hold on. Is there a reason to have native apps anymore? Most things can just go to web apps. No, even if you need local DBs, service workers, SQLite will do the job. I mean, file system access. The browser has no idea what your file system looks like. It can use things like OPFS, that is a file system locally, but it's sandboxed and you can't go outside of it. Access to native hardware and APIs, right? Not all that stuff is available through browser APIs. All right, think about it. How would GitKraken desktop work? How would it have access to wherever you cloned your Git repos without local file system access? The browser will never give that to you for security reasons. Well, that's what I'm getting at. Like, you just contradicted yourself. What desktop applications would you build? Anything that doesn't make sense in the browser, which is a whole bunch of shit. Aha! Yep. So we didn't have this create notification function set up for Discord. And technically, we don't have create notification Discord, so we need to go do that. Whole OS running on Node? I mean, Node has file system APIs. Makes sense. Okay. Web USB opens up some possibilities. Yeah. I don't know. Still not going to be as nice as just developing a proper desktop app, though. Yes, I use conventional commit. Interestingly, I think I need to reboot my extension host because GitLens wasn't showing me anything. There it is. All right, so now, theoretically, will it blend? Nope. All right, what failed this time? No case clause matching Discord, and that's in notification JSON, which I believe means it actually created, we just didn't render the output. So yeah, here it is. But we can go back to notifications, and I bet it's there. No, it is not there. Oh, what did I break this time? No case clause matching Discord. Uh, oh, list notifications by org ID. Yep. Yeah, I think I messed that up in the JSON, right? I think I was forgetting one step. Yeah, here it is. Notifications 172. Yep. Yeah, we're missing another one here. Key Discord server not found in. Yeah, and that makes sense. Because, yeah, we're not doing the join still. All right, and we got to do the same thing down here. And what's up, Alex? How you doing? Yeah, I get it. I mean, I think a lot of them are experimenting with it and trying to find their place. Some people, like the Coppinger, aren't actually devs, right? Like, the Coppinger can do dev, but it's not his forte. He's a really good designer. So the fact that he's empowered to build applications as a designer using that stuff, I think is really powerful. It just means that eventually he's going to have to hire someone who knows what the fuck they're doing. But it means that he doesn't have to do that nearly as early as he would have otherwise. And I think there's value to that. But yes, I enjoy the programming part. I want robots and AI to do my laundry and my dishes, not my snowboarding, you know? Let me grab another soda real quick. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let's double check these. Yes, then this part. I mean, I haven't worked very hard on it. I do want to make a game, I just don't have time to focus on it. All right, what's this complaining about now? Unbound variable notification Discord in query. Ah, yep. And same problem here. I forgot this part as well. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, use it or lose it. Exactly. Now, and I get it. I'm probably getting left behind as well, right? There's people who are probably massively more productive. I don't know. I just enjoy it. Right? Why paint using a paintbrush when stencils and spray paint exist? Because it's not the same thing. Now, the fallacy in that is what I'm doing painting with a paintbrush. Now, some of this stuff is definitely like stencilable. No, I don't do CV review. You might be thinking of Melky. I've never done CV review. No offense to other people that do it. I don't like that kind of content. Why would I make that kind of content? But I don't watch YouTube videos, and I still make YouTube videos from time to time. So, I don't know. And I mean about tech specifically. Like, I watch YouTube videos, but not tech YouTube videos. I don't even think that that's the norm. How many streamers do you know that actually do resume review? I can think of 2, maybe 3. Oh, that's what you mean. Gotcha. Well, I mean, Melky, I think, is getting back into it. I think he's moved away from resume review as content. There's Headless Headhunter. They do resume review content. And we haven't seen him for a while, but Ian, I'm spacing on his last name, Ian Douglas, he also does it. What do you mean, what about Pirate Software? Does he do resume review? He's like the least qualified person to do resume review. He's never been in a place of hiring in software. Have I seen his YouTube content? I've seen some of his shorts. They pop up just randomly because of the other people I subscribe to. But yeah, he's a game streamer. I think he's putting on airs when he sits in this category. I caught a little bit of his stream yesterday. He had some bullshit dialogue tree stuff showing for a long fucking time. And then eventually changed like one line of dialogue. Like, dude. Yeah. Like, it's definitely bullshitty. But we get into that state too sometimes, right? I think the big difference is he probably works on that stuff off stream too. And I don't work on any of this project off stream. So you guys get to see every single step of the way if you show up often enough. And I actually consider that the one thing I do differently than any other streamer. A lot of other streamers work on their shit off stream. And I don't. I think that's like the one thing that separates me from a lot of other streamers in the category. I mean, Shiloh, 12 hours a day, that still leaves a good 4 to 6 for anything else. I would argue that his ferrets are more productive than he is coding. Honestly, you put those ferrets in front of a typewriter, they'd hammer out more lines of code than he does. I'd say of similar quality, too. Boom, roasted. That was harsh. That was too mean. I don't know the dude. Never even chatted with him. Been in close proximity, but no reason. I don't know. We just don't overlap in any way. He might be a really nice dude. I don't know. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, at the partner party, he was, I don't know, within like 5 feet. I talked to I talked to one of his mods. I forget which one. Like I think it starts with an X. Uh and then yeah, there was like the rooftop party that was like the Primogen and Theo's like rooftop party. He was at that too. Oh, not an X. Yeah, it was Kronos. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, it was Kronos. Didn't start with an X. In my defense, a capital K and a capital X look very similar. Oh, Kronos streams? Okay. His mod slash lawyer slash hype train abuser. I do think that's a little shady, right? Whether Thor told him to do it or not, having a mod keep a hype train going just so you can break a record, there's something gross about that, right? There's something a little gross about that. When Thor broke the hype train record, it was only because Kronos donated a whole bunch of money to keep it going. Right? So to me, that's a tainted record. It wasn't organic. Right? Like, if you need to get a record, but you have to put an asterisk next to it, like, what's the point of the record? Right? It's like Jerry Rice and his like record for receptions and like receiving yards and all that stuff. Yeah, but dude was using Stickum. It's a tainted legacy. And I say this as a fan of Jerry Rice. His records will always have an asterisk next to them. Maybe the previous records are shady too. Who cares, right? Be better. All right, so we don't have the Discord verified, but we can create them now, which is good. We need to show the whole like not connected thing. Are you getting paid differently owning that record? Maybe not, but like then what's the point? He definitely got value from it for all the publicity he got. Because of that hype train, he was famous enough to get into that one like giant WoW guild, right? Like, just because the train didn't benefit him directly doesn't mean he didn't benefit from the train. But yeah, what's up, Justice? How you doing? Do I think he can build a fan base that he can keep long term with that? Well, as evidence has shown, no. But that's his fault. He could have just said a very simple phrase of, I'm sorry, and he would still be at 16,000 viewers. He would still be friends with that whole community. Now, he's at around 2,000, which is still insane. That's awesome. That's a level very few streamers will ever get to. So, can he keep them long term with that? The answer is no. But can someone? Yeah. It's like the people who do view botting. They just need to fake it till they make it. And then once they've made it, then you're good. It's an ego thing, for sure, Shiloh. But there are online personas that say sorry. They absolutely exist. Just because it's rare doesn't mean anything. All right, so the next step, right? It's ego for some, for others it's just money. If it was just money though, like hindsight's 2020, he probably would have just said sorry. If he would have realized how far he would have fallen. That's my guess. Never underestimate greed. Greed is usually far greater than people's pride. You never know that, right? You can't know that in the moment. In many cases, people think saying sorry is an admission of guilt. And I think that's where a lot of that ego comes from, too. The problem is there's that clip, right? I don't know if anyone remembers from the drama. There's that clip where he was playing months before the main drama happened. And he ends up saying, whoever pulled that mob is getting banned. And when someone went and watched the replay, he's the one that pulled that mod. And then all of a sudden, well, it's not about who pulled the mod. Right? Even when he's found guilty, he doesn't say sorry anyway. That is the biggest flaw, in my opinion. That is the most egregious thing that he's documented doing. All the other stuff, I could get it. That one, though, that one's, dude, that one's really bad. That one is like an irredeemable character flaw, in my opinion. Blame someone for something, it turns out he's the one that fucked up, and then all of a sudden, well, that one thing isn't the problem anymore. It's fine, Vibby. If you dodged all that drama, that's fine. Just in July, he lost 100,000 followers alone. Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah, he fucking imploded. But follower numbers are also kind of bullshit anyway. Like, if you look at mine, you can definitely see the spike where someone, like, follow botted me for, like, 20,000 fucking people. Like, it was crazy. Like, the fact that I'm over 50K doesn't mean anything. Yeah, we were talking about pirate software. I mean, Roach software. I don't know about the view botting thing. That's harder to prove. That's speculation that we don't need to get into. We can just concentrate on the things that are documented and provable. But yeah, so yeah, we've got a front end thing we need to do now where we need to get that like connect to Discord button needs to show up. Let's shuffle those things over. No, I'm good. Because like the corners aren't even clickable. Right? There's nothing clickable in these, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not trying to bike shed on any design stuff right now, Shiloh. We have other stuff to do. All right, let's focus on the task at hand. It's fine. I'm just letting you know. Scope creep is a definite thing. We got to be vigilant, right? Right? When you're working on a bug, just work on the bug. That's something I got to push back on juniors on all the time because they've heard, no, fix things as you go. Yeah, fix things as you go, but make a separate PR for it. Like, you know, if the ticket is this, why is this other thing changing? It makes code review way harder. It makes bisecting later way harder. Okay, it's just not relevant right now, though. We didn't create the notification response, though. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I think JLem wants to play. So, yeah. I think I like PoE 2 better, just from what I've been looking at for PoE 1. But, you know, might give it a shot. I feel like I'm kind of bored of the PoE 2 league at the moment. So, checking out PoE 1 would be fun until the next PoE 2 league. Like, the monk that I rolled is fun, but man, being melee sucks. Like, unless you're like super tanky, like the warrior would be. I'm hoping the warrior gets a good revamp here soon. Because I loved the tankiness of the Smith of Katava, but it's just, I don't know. The offensive capabilities just were really lacking. Okay, so that should be good. We should be able to rebuild now. Yeah, that looks good. Bring that on in. And then, yeah, hold on. Notification type. I am messing something up. There it is. Oh. Cool. All right. So then, where is Slack needs workspace? Here we go. So yeah, we basically need to duplicate this Slack section for a Discord section. All right, so this part's a little incorrect. I'm going to leave a to-do. And this is just in the form, so this is a different step. That's actually a bit of good feedback. Yeah, good call, Cryptor. Sure. Yeah, that's a good point. All right. All right, so then, yeah, this is for the notification form. What we need to do is for the notifications page, which is here. Oh, did I miss something? Oh, yeah. Yeah, good catch. All right, so we've got a little bit of duplication here. Like, there's probably some better abstraction, but we're not violating the rule of threes yet, right? So by the time you've duplicated something the third time, or it's the third duplicate, right? So that means either 3 or 4 instances of a thing. That's when you should probably start to figure out a good abstraction to save from the duplication. But if it's just 2 things, I think I still want to leave it for now, right? Like, I'm okay with a little bit of duplication to avoid a bad abstraction. Yeah, basically when I add teams, we'll see if I need to change it. It might even be that, well, at the third point, it's still basically the same and we're good. We'll have to see. But then one beyond that, I should absolutely find something, right? Like maybe we end up being still like duplicated with certain things, but this dialogue could end up being abstracted because basically just like the name of the thing and the URL are basically most of what needs to change, maybe this event. So yeah, we could abstract out the dialogue for these things, etc. But I just don't want to do it yet. We don't know for sure. All right, so yeah, this is the URL that's going to be influenced by the webhook URL that we end up getting in the app somewhere. This. And hold on. Then you have to hope the coffee even works. Ooh, yeah, exactly. Wishful thinking emote. All right, and then redirect URI. There we go. All right. That was the end of that album. That was a good one, though, right? What date do I think I'll put on the Christmas hoodie? In December at some point. I'll probably wear it most of December. I got the Christmas beanie right behind me, too. Let's find another album to play. And yeah, it's another one of those ones where it's private now in my playlist, but we might be able to find it if someone needs a link. Okay, so let's look at the app again. And yeah, Shiloh, what have you seen about the new PoE1 League? Like, I haven't seen any of the stuff about it. I think they did the announcement just yesterday, right? It'll be similar to the Breach League from the past, one of your favorite leagues. Okay. And that's right. You have strong opinions about PoE too, right? In that you're not a fan. I think we chatted about this over on Gaming Stream, right? It's on the right track. When you first got in, it was a disaster. First day of release. Sure. Yeah, it's definitely better than it was. I'll agree with that 100%. I like the changes they made to the end game too. It'll get better with time, but it needs time. 2026 won't be the release date they announced. You're pretty confident about that? Really? Like, but do you think it won't even be 2026? Or do you just think it's not going to be when they expect it? Like, if they're smart, they'll definitely time it to where it doesn't compete with GTA. Like, I'm assuming GTA is getting pushed back. Otherwise, we'd be seeing way more ads about it. You think it'll release with 10 acts in 2027? Sure. Yeah, I think they just got to be smart about not lining up with whenever GTA does its PC release or when it does its console release. If they mess that up, it'll really fuck them. I mean, they had originally said December of this year. So yeah, I take whatever they say with a grain of salt. And that's going to be the PS5 exclusive, isn't it? Or at least the console exclusive. So then, whenever the PC release happens, that's another thing that PoE2 has to dodge, in my opinion. I could be wrong. I don't know. Fuck it. I don't know. Yeah, like the original thing I heard was December of 2025. So already, like the May 2026 is pushed back. And I had actually thought that the plan for PoE2 was to release like May 2026. It's been a long time since they changed that. I mean, when you say long time, a couple months, it's not that long. I could have sworn in June they were hyping up a December release still. No. Like even if it's a totally different audience, they still bank on the hype, right? They bank on the FOMO, and people don't get the FOMO if it releases at the same time as another thing they're going to get FOMO for. It doesn't matter about the audience. It matters about streamer like publicity. If streamers are hyped up on GTA, it doesn't matter if the audiences overlap or not. We'll have billboards, etc., like Diablo 4 did on release. Like, you mean in real life they will pay for billboards for the release of it, right? I wouldn't put it past GTA 6 to have actual in-game ads on billboards in-game for real-world products. I wouldn't put it past them. That's actually brilliant. Like, they're leaving money on the table if they're not doing that. Could you imagine, flying around GTA 6 and you see like a Tide billboard? How have they not been doing that? I think they're fucking up. All right, invalid form body, most likely because client ID is undefined. That would be smart. Yeah, if they baked in like role-playing gameplay and like server management stuff into like the core experience, that'd just be smart. That would be really, really smart of them. Let me put it this way. I would heavily consider starting a GTA 6 roleplay server. I think that'd be fun. Like I would definitely happily dive into being like one of the early modders of the game. Or at least try. I feel like I missed the boat with 5M, but yeah, I think it'd be fun to do like custom like scripting and modding for GTA. Yep. And it is Lua scripts. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't positive. But yeah, like I've written enough Lua. I think that'd be cool. All right, so our next step is our front end needs to be edited here, right? So then we're going to have Vite Discord client ID. All right, so invalid redirect URI. Is it though? Oh, it is because I didn't set it for the dev server. Yep. Hey, all right, cool. And then 1 second. Whiskey and coding impressive in your case. After one beer, you're distracted enough to code, to not code, but you're a junior aspiring for some junior front end position with full stack knowledge. Yeah, I get it. Makes sense. It's very much the philosophy from the movie How High, right? Study high, take the test high, get high scores. That's just science. All right, so here's the big thing. I do not want to be logged in as CM Griffin here. Dude, I fucking love the marquee effect. I'm really proud of that. That was good. Glad we did that. Ah, yep, because that's the wrong server. It's https nguda.ngrok.app. Oh, not slash. All right, so then that takes us back to that page with the code and the guild ID in the URL. So one thing we could do, our state value could be the notification ID. How are we? Yeah, let me look at how we're doing it for the Slack stuff. Oh, and we are doing the state as the notification ID. All right, so we're abusing the state value. I think it's okay. I think that's okay. All right, so then we come back with state is the notification ID, and then we can do our lookups and some of that logic for it. At which point, we do some exchange stuff on the back end. We end up fetching a token for it. I don't know if we need the token as much, but we do need the code. We do need the state value. Yeah, I like it so far. Oh, I forgot this song was so good. All right, I need to track this one down so y'all have the album. What is the artist? ESP MX City Tales EP. Oh, es.p. Yeah. Yeah, so it's gone. That's kind of a bummer. That's a huge bummer, actually. I don't even have a way I can link this for you guys. All right, so let's look back at this OAuth flow. So when they navigate to this URL, they're prompted to select a channel. When the webhook is executed, it'll post a message. On acceptance, they are redirected to the redirect URI. It'll contain a code that should be exchanged for an access token. In return, you'll receive a slightly modified token response. At which point we end up getting the Discord webhook URI, the token for it, channel ID. Do we get a channel name? So yeah, what we need to do is we need to set up that that front end endpoint. All right. So again, this puts us into a case where we are duplicating a bunch of logic. This is some of the logic that I think would be more prone to being worth abstracting out into a common component. We'll have to look at maybe how the teams thing works. For the moment, I think I'm okay with duplicating it still. But once we do like the third like teams process, if it follows a similar pattern, then we will have to do some kind of abstraction. But we don't need to make that choice yet. So yeah, we've got some duplication. Once we do the teams integration, that'll decide if this is actually abstractable. But let me get more music going. Is this one any good? Why did I hide this album? I know I've got this one on my car mix. Why did I have it hidden? I think maybe I got copy striked back in the day with it. But yeah, now we don't care about that. Yeah, no, this one's good. Man, I do need to blow my nose here in a second. And yeah, it's only 4 o'clock. Man. Like, it half feels like the time flew, but also I thought it was a little later for some reason. It's probably the whiskey. Probably just the whiskey. All right, so yeah, notification service. So we didn't generate those type, or that type. That is the connect Discord notification params, and it's going to mimic connect Slack notification params. Well, I just realized I didn't bring my phone in here. It's probably not important. We don't need any multi-factor auth at the moment, but I might eventually. Damn, dude, Vercel is bleeding devs. Dylan Mulroy just posted it was his last day at Vercel yesterday. I know another person who's on the outs too. Dude, Vercel is bleeding devs. I'm really curious if it's about a thing I've heard about that I probably can't talk about. From one person, I heard that they are being really heavy about tracking like metrics, like how many PRs you merge, right? That kind of bullshit. Dylan is not the one who told me that. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of it. Like how many PRs get merged per day, etc. Like they're tracking metrics like that to identify their top performers. But anytime you start glorifying a metric like that, it ceases becoming a good metric, right? What is that? Parkinson's law or something like that? Goodhart's law. Yeah, exactly. And there's the thing that GitKraken's doing called Insights that is aiming at giving those kind of metrics to companies. They were trying to get me to be part of a panel for it, and I had to push back and say, I don't think I'm the right person for this panel. Because I'm fundamentally against it. At every company I've ever been at where burn velocity and like Jira metrics are tracked, they end up being weaponized against you. And it burns dev teams out. Why did our burn velocity go down? Because we're no longer prototyping. We actually have a system that we need to keep running. So yeah, I push back majorly. I mean, yeah, it's sad. Like most companies will go towards tracking those things as middle managers try and justify why they get paid. Like in general, middle managers adopt those kind of KPIs to justify their job and shift the blame to the dev team. Of course, it's not me being a bad middle manager that's the problem. It's the people I manage that are the problem. Totally. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Just look at this metric that is in no way able to track my impact on the team. Look at this metric that conveniently doesn't look at anything I'm doing. Yeah, dude, Accenture's the worst. Accenture is a blight on our society. They're like Deloitte. Accenture and Deloitte are a massive fucking blight on the dev industry. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Accenture is the largest contracting company in the world. They have massive amounts of people that they pay in the US. You wanted today to be a gaming day, and what are you doing? You're reading the source code of Phoenix. Hell yeah, that sounds fun, actually. All right, so yeah, we need to create this connect Discord endpoint. I think 360 feedback's actually good. I like the 360 feedback process. Like, as long as it's done right, you know? Bare minimum, 360 feedback helps identify people that are toxic to the team. Don't I believe that backstabbing could happen? I mean, backstabbing is going to happen no matter what anyway. In general, I think 360 feedback helps you identify who the actual backstabbers are. And I don't mean that, like, well, yeah, when you're honest in your feedback, you're the backstabber. I mean, if you're not aware of how toxic someone is to the team, right? Like, oh, sorry, let me get this away. There are cases where someone who's really good at backstabbing in a public light is the only one who's seen as doing good, right? Because they take other people's credit, etc. In a good 360 feedback environment, that type of backstabbing can be called out. Music's too loud? No, I think we're good. Microphone check? No, volume's good. It was just when I was grabbing the drink. You just noticed the time emote rotates? Oh, it does, yeah. And then real quick, hold on. So it's your first time having to go through the process. You're not sure. Probably your first thought is that someone could just write a bad review to you so that he shines more. Sure. And then you have a conversation with your boss about it. All right, so yeah, this is where we got to make sure that the token request we're making is accurate. And this may be off. Aha! And this is where we discover that our model for the Discord notification is wrong because we need to store the access token value on that as well. Yes, it is. And yeah, King Goes Gaming. Music's too loud. No. Microphone volume too loud. No. He knows his crowd. I mean, I don't know. Just saying. Music was too loud when I was like looking away or when I was just like outside of the microphone range. But when I'm sitting here, it's fine, right? No, I get it there, Hunar. I knew it was you, Hunar. I actually pointed that out the other day, too. Could have been that song, but I'm just looking at it, right? The waveform's never going above the -20 that we always have it at. I do see the mic being a little lower than it normally is, which I find interesting. I'm not sure why that would be. Like the mic, I don't know, when I'm talking at this level, it does seem like maybe it's 3 to 5 decibels lower than it should be. But then when I'm talking like this, it's fine, right? So yeah, it just depends. Maybe it's my voice. It sounds overcompressed. Is it like when I'm talking like this, or is it more like when I'm yelling? So it's when I'm talking like this, it's overcompressed? So when I'm not talking loudly, it's overcompressed. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, Hunar, you don't have the music, so like you don't have the same mix. Over on YouTube, you don't have any music playing. So you're not going to have the same experience as the other people that are talking right now. All right, so one thing I need to do. All right, so we do the rollback, and we need to add another prop. First, though, let's get more music going. What's up, Kodanek? How you doing? Wait. Wait, what's up, King? What do you mean by that? I mean, it's the same microphone audio going through to both. It's the exact same audio going to YouTube right now. Right? The only thing missing is the music. There's nothing I'm doing differently with the voice. Yeah, I don't know. If you guys have suggestions on how to fix it, let me know. And yeah, so this isn't going to work yet because we need to add the endpoint to our router. Because of how the channels work in the mixer in OBS. but it's just the music channel that doesn't make it there. The microphone channel doesn't change. Yep. All of the streamers do it. Theo, Primogen, etc. Just because YouTube's copy strike system sucks. And I get that, Shiloh, but does Prime have music on YouTube? He doesn't, right? And I'm not talking about his videos, I mean his VODs. He does stream live to whatever his second channel is. Prime's been doing it since before me. All right, so yeah, notification Discord. All right, cool. So yeah, we're not going to log out the token value, or not log out, but output the token value. So it's going to be access token. No, it's not. It's going to be webhook token. Oop. All right, so then this is webhook URL. Yeah, they don't really do the configuration URL. What's up, Robotic Head? How you doing? So here's the thing. We get channel ID and guild ID from this response. We just need to fetch those values because I don't think we need the guild ID or channel ID. But we do need like the presentational values for those. So we'll have to use the REST API to fetch those things so that we can save it to our database for presentation values. Okay. All right. So yeah, configuration URL goes away. We could do the IDs for now. I don't think that's a huge problem. But yeah, configuration URL goes away. Discord token we keep. Oh, we send way more than just that, don't we? Oh, wait, no, notification ID comes from there. Okay. And org ID comes from there too. Yep, never mind. So that part's fine. Wait, do we? Oh, is today daylight savings? I don't think I knew that. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, you're in like the UK or something, right? In the UK, it would be like today, but here in the US, it's November 2nd. Hmm. Yeah, I would guess so. And I think that's because Canada was part of like the UK Commonwealth for a while, right? So I think that's just something that they kept up. Let me get more music going. Does synthwave belong in a museum, Junior? Dude, Vibi, that would kind of suck too. Like, there's a big difference between time zones and daylight savings. Daylight savings is garbage. I think time zones, while annoying to deal with, are still kind of necessary. Excuse me. Sure. Oh. Well, actually, no, those are fine. Yeah, those are just warnings. I'm not worried about warnings. Well, are they just warnings? No, never mind. Undefined. Connect Discord notification params is not available, and that's because I forgot to do a thing. For 3 days, you have 1 hour less difference. I think it's more than that. It's like an entire week. Right? Like today until November 2nd. Yeah, that's an entire week, right? That's fine. All right, so those are good. I do think, yeah, we need to be able to fetch the access token. All right, so that should be good. We should be able to rerun our migration. No errors. Nice. We should be able to run the dev server. No errors. Nice. And then this should be something that we now have access to in the SDK. Perfect. All right. So yeah, we're doing that part. So yeah, this is the part that we got to do next. And we got to verify that this is even the right API endpoint, and I don't think it is. So let's look at the Discord docs. All right, so exchanged for an access token. So yeah, it ends up being all of that stuff. And what's up, Matuto? How you doing? All right, so then the access token comes back. And then, yeah, we need to fetch the guild and channel names. This is still synthwave. I guess when you were in this channel yesterday, we were playing like 80s stuff, right? Hey, what's up, Shindigs? How you doing? You're getting Home Depot from this song? Well, I'm getting Ace Hardware from it. I'm kidding. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. What's up, Susa? Oh, Susa, is Matuto Studios like your other account? Yeah, what's up, Shindigs? So Shindigs is a wizard with OBS stuff. I at least want to show them my like scene change that I think is kind of fun. Right, so it's like the Batman like spin out. It's actually randomized based on the emote that spins in and the sound effect. It's wired up as a custom like plugin for the Stream Deck because it needs to orchestrate like changing the scene while keeping the other stuff going. Yeah, exactly. But it's pretty fun, right? Like, let's just see it one more time. Right? Pretty good. All using just browser source magic. And then a little bit of like custom Stream Deck magic. Another fun one that we've made. Do you remember the drop game? I made my own. Flick. So you can flick an emote and try and land it on the target. Or if you just do flick on its own, just does a generic one. Oh, if I could spell. Yeah, pretty fun, right? So yeah, at TwitchCon during the partner party, we were like chatting and hanging out about this. It's basically physics based. So it's like shuffleboard. You can land on the board, but someone else can knock you off. And again, it's just a browser source. So yeah, I'm using Matter.js. Come on, someone's got to win it. And you can flick more than one at once, too. Oh, look at that one. That's a good one. Wait a minute. Someone has CM Griffin. How dare they? How dare they? Yeah, the only problem is that the emotes don't animate, right? Because of how it's rendered to a canvas, it just grabs the first frame of GIF. That's like the only flaw with it. And there are ways that we could probably make that work by like getting the GIF and then ticking the animation. It's too much work. Way too much work. But if you want to actually like set it up for your own stream, it's actually really straightforward. You just go here, decide how long the game should be, what channel you want to do it in, right? And that like determines the listening and some of that magic. The entries per user, so you could have 5. How many entries at once? You can crank it, right? The size of the target, the size of the ball, and then the maximum size of the ball, because it like varies. And then you just end up copying this URL. And then bam, you would put that into a browser source, and then you got the Flick game on your channel. I thought I used to have a preview in here. I'm surprised the preview is broken. I could have sworn we had a preview. But, well, hold on. I think we do. We do. Yeah. So you can like set it up, but if you're not live, you can still like visualize it in the channel that you have set up. Yeah, and we have like a click to like simulate it too. So yeah, if you ever want to get into programming, you know, at like the JavaScript level and you want to see how I built it, it's actually pretty straightforward. So yeah, here's the source code for anyone that maybe wants to try their hand at building some kind of overlay game. I'm not saying it's like pretty or good code, but it works. Dude, I can't believe it was that long ago that we made it. 2021, it doesn't feel that old. Oh, I do have it slightly misconfigured to where it's like going off screen a bit. Yeah, hold on, let me fix that. There we go. I should probably even lock it. There we go. But yeah, it's a fun game, right? It's definitely not as good as the drop game. Oh, and I see a typo. Dependencies. All right, so let's keep going a bit. All right, so we want to do grant type authorization code. We want to pass the code and the redirect URI. What hurts? The not knowing what you're looking at since you jumped in head first to a half-empty pool of coding. Sure. Okay, I see. So I think we would do basic auth, and we would do our client ID and client secret like that. We don't pass client ID or client secret as part of the payload. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but why do I need a dependency for what is a pretty straightforward HTTP request? All right, so here we go. Resources. We want to fetch info about the guild. And what's up, Badra? How you doing? All right, so here we go. We would fetch the guild this way. Like all the what scripts? What do you mean by that? Refuse to shoot? No. Definitely not. That's the project we're working on, and we have it today. Discord server is equal to, and I think it's .body name. Yes. And then similarly, right? We fetch the channel that way. And it's going to come back with... Oh, and you know what? Oh, wait, no. That's just the guild ID, not the guild name. So it is still going to be name, though. So yeah, Discord channel, Discord server. Yeah, no worries, Shiloh. Yep, yeah, have a good night. Yep, yeah, it's late for you. I get it. We won't be live on this channel tomorrow, but I will be live on this channel on Monday. So I'll see you then. But also, I'll be live on this channel tomorrow doing a bunch of work. Pranav, am I using Cursor AI? Not really. I've used it at work for a couple things. It's fine. I use Super Maven for auto completion inside of VS Code, and that gets me most of what I need. Ooh, there you go. Bank holiday. Makes sense. Let me just double check I'm doing the auth right. Yeah, I'd say the auth header, right? The bearer token is what we're getting. We could do a bot token, but I don't think we need to. So I'd say that's fine. We should get some more music going. So yeah, I think we are ready to test this out a little further. But we're not done yet. We created the Discord redirect, like route, but we didn't actually tie it into our router. All right, let's try the entire flow. Shit. All right, so we failed out there. Why did we fail out? It looks to me like this is the part where they're running into a problem, but why? So it's definitely inside the notification controller. They don't give us a good line at which it's failing, but it's got to be this part. Hmm. Well, real quick, let me go use the restroom. I gotta pee. There's something that they don't like about how I'm doing the auth here. But it's not for this endpoint. It's for the token exchange endpoint. So it's this part. All right, well, let me go pee. I'll be right back. Give me a second. And then, yeah, Shindigs, if you're still out there. Yeah, the best BRB screen on Twitch. Yep, exactly. Best BRB screen on Twitch. All right. So the error we're getting is somewhere in this token exchange. No function clause matching in string.length while inspecting this whole giant payload. Now, the problem is we don't see where they're doing any of that. Oh, we actually do. So we see string dot length of a thing that is just not a string. Okay, no, that's actually it. Yeah, that's probably the right way to go. Yeah, that is most likely it. Hey, yep. So that was it. Application authorized. We get the values, we set them. So then if we inspect in here, we do need to do a refresh. Yep. So then in this row, we see type Discord, webhook URL, Discord server, Discord channel. Oh, but those end up being null. All right. So the server and channel values are not what we expected. All right. So we delete that. We go to create a new one. .401 unauthorized. Oh, sad panda. Sad panda. And what's up, Dr. Drero? How you doing? Hmm. Okay, yeah, album's still going. Good. You're just tuning in for the tunes? I get it. Yeah, it makes sense. They're solid tunes. Okay. And yeah, the point at which we fetched that. Tuning in for the chill stoner guy running the show? Where? He's behind me, isn't he? You did a fun contribution today for Spartan, which is the Shad CN for Angular. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know there was one. Oh, that's nifty. Oh, that's pretty awesome. I'd never even heard of that, but I would assume, like, yeah, that Angular should have their own version. So it's probably Spartan UI, right? Oh, they even have stuff that isn't in the others, like button group. Nice. You mainly use the UI? Yeah, exactly. Dude, this is cool. Yeah, I hadn't heard of this. Interesting. Yeah, I half expected to see Brandon Roberts involved with this, but no, it doesn't seem to be involved at all. Oh, he's in the list. Yeah, he's in there. That makes sense. Because, yeah, he's the creator of Analog. He used to stop by stream, but that was during COVID, so I get it. No, this is cool. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't done anything major with Angular for a while, but I would say the majority of my career as a front end dev was in Angular. Like, at least, like, what people paid me to do. I did all sorts of stuff on my own time. I have very strong opinions about Angular, and I'm not a big fan of the way things are going. I like RxJS. I think it's really valuable for the things that it's actually useful for. I like subjects. I like observables. I think signals are a step in the wrong direction. I've built some pretty significant applications with Angular before. Like the European wing of CBRE, we built out like a real estate management thing for them, basically abstracting PeopleSoft because PeopleSoft sucks. Made a big thing for Symmetra for like a product they called SwiftTerm. I built basically the entire dashboard before a bad middle manager happened. What UI libs did I resort to? It depends on the application. For the CBRE thing, we just used Material, but it was early in Material, so we had to like hack on the prototype to get it to do some things because it wasn't worth forking. So I don't know if you remember, but like select drop downs would always open from like wherever the thing in the list was. So it could be like above or below or like in the middle of like where the field was. And that's just something our designer put their foot down on. So we had to do some shit. For Symmetra, I don't remember what component library we used. Honestly, it was fine. Yeah, I don't remember what component library we were using. I want to say it was probably still Material. All right, so hold on. We're getting the wrong thing here. It should be this, right? Like authorization bearer, channel ID. That should be good to go. So I'm curious why it's failing now. And real quick, I missed some follows. Matuto, thank you for the follow. Sponzora, Kabi, D-Maester, I missed all those. Those were a while back. Just recently, yes, Matuto, Shaman, and I Refuse to Shoot. Yeah, thank you all for the follows. Welcome. Let me double check their docs for auth. Yeah, that didn't feel like what we need. Okay, hold on. I think I actually know the issue. It's not even that it's necessarily a 401. I think technically they're just not telling us that it's actually a 403 because we're requesting something that we shouldn't. I think that's it. I won't be able to have the bot read me a bedtime story? Well, that's some bullshit. Oh, we got into a weird state with that one. Hmm. Let's try again. No invite code or org ID. Oh, invalid scope. Oh. So maybe I'd need the bot token to be able to fetch these things. Okay. I think that's it. And what's up, Alan? How you doing? And what's up, Shredark? How you doing? Okay, so let me do this real quick. Excuse me. Oh, man. Yeah, so I have to grab this token real quick. I think I also need to set these permissions. Kazoo type. There you go. Let me get more music going here in a second. Okay. So I should be able to refresh this page, copy some random string, and show my screen again. All right, and then the question you had, Shredark. How much do I focus on the secure coding part while programming? Can you be more specific? All right. So then let's go back to here. Delete. And add a new one. Uh, why is that not? Okay, that was weird. No invite code or org ID. And that's because of the scopes. Yep, I forgot about that part. Yep, I messed that part up. Like the cybersecurity side, avoiding commonly known web attacks, software vulnerabilities. Do devs think of it before creating or after? Yeah, you think about that stuff while you're doing it. All right, so we're still getting null for the server and the channel. Unknown guild missing access. Aha. Okay. So that ends up being like a permissions issue. We don't know for sure if it's an unknown guild thing. Yeah, let's see what those values are, just to make sure of that. I mean, the permissions thing is a big part, right? Like the invalid access. All right, so what do we get logged out here? All right, so we see Discord server ID and Discord channel ID, but we're getting unknown guild, which doesn't make any sense to me. And then we're seeing missing access for the channel response. So wait, Discord webhook body. Where are we logging that? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So this is where we're receiving that we have been added to this server. So we're seeing that value, right? We see our application ID. Right, we see 9108. 9108. So it's got to be something to do with our permissions. Wonder if that was part of it, right? The code grant thing. Oh, and yeah. It's a permissions issue, right? Send messages, view channels. Where do we do the permissions part? All right, so yeah, we need to look at the docs more. Oh, clients using the HTTP API must provide a valid user agent. Hmm. I don't think that's like our main issue, but we can at least provide that. What time is it? 5:40. We got plenty of time. Hmm. Oh, and maybe it's because the guild is not discoverable? And yeah, Robotic Head, you out there? What game are you thinking we play? And anyone else want a game together tonight? Totally an option. Whoever wants to game tonight on the gaming channel, that will help us determine what game we actually play. And real quick, oh man, I like that name. Walla Wonka. That's a good one. Divinity. Yep. And if there's more people, we could skate. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Let's just double check this. Oh, I forget it. Okay, so we do need the view channels thing. All right, select our bot, do the URL generator. Right, and the permissions integer we care about is 3072. So then, right, bot authorization flow. The permissions that we request. So the webhook is definitely the part we care about, but I wonder if we can mix those scopes. All right, let's try this again. So that actually worked, I think. Okay, that looked pretty good. Oh, yes. All right, so that was it. We just weren't requesting the right permissions. Right, so now we can get the guild. Now we can get the channel. Awesome. Okay. And then, just to verify, we click this button and we can scroll over and we see the Discord server and Discord channel. Perfect. So then if we go to notifications, Messijo Dev's server, Messijo Dev. Awesome. All right, so we're able to connect up to the channel that we care about. We're setting the token we care about. Now we just need to start sending the notification for each keyword that we identify. And that is some backend stuff. So yeah, the big thing was the bot permission, as well as the permissions, like Bitmask or whatever. Oh, no, we need that. We don't need these, though. I do want to leave a to-do because technically right, we should make these requests concurrently rather than doing them like in this waterfall, like one after each other, because none of them require any of the other things. Brainless, you out there? How would I do concurrent requests? Would it just be like a task? I think that's probably the way, right? But yeah, no worries, Vibby. Have a good night. We'll see you again soon. Oh, that's fine. So basically, Brainless, I have 3 requests I'm making. One is to get the token for the bots that we can populate the... Oh, and shit. We do need the server ID and channel ID. So really, it would just be the 2 requests, one for fetching the guild and one for fetching the channel. They should happen concurrently instead of one after each other. What would be the right way to parallelize those 2 things? Tasks? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. All right, just double checking. And it's not the end of the world. It's just 2 requests. I was thinking it was all 3. But yeah, even then, like, why wait to even make this request when we could just do them both at the same time? Right? It's just simple IO. That would be the better move for sure. But yeah, maybe a problem for future me. Like, we have a lot of to-dos all over the place. We need to surface those up into tasks that we put into linear, or we just need to solve them. But we're not going to be going through all of the to-dos today, at least. So that's a problem for future me. What's up? How you doing there, Bingo? Bingo was his name. And yeah, how's everyone doing today? Any fun plans? You've been all over the map these last 2 weeks. Not a happy bunny. Like, how so? Like, traveling for work stuff? Or what? All right, so hold on. You didn't RCMP? Oh, okay. Compromised accounts. Oh shit. Yeah, that's rough. Oh, that's brutal. It's all taken care of now. Yep. And then Brandless, yeah, still planning on gaming, but yep. And what's up, a Millenite? What is RCMP? Oh, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Got it. Yeah. The Mounties. Yeah, that sucks, man. Dude. Yeah, like any site that's important, you should try and get multi-factor auth going for. That's a big part. I think I've gotten most of them. There could still be some account I have that needs two-factor auth, though. You have it everywhere now. Exactly, yeah. Hindsight's 2020. Yeah, still better now than later. Yep. All right, so yeah, our next step is now we need to try sending messages to the Discord server that we have wired up. Yeah, so it's here in the match and notify command. And this is where we start doing this part. All right. So then this is Discord. Ooh. So hold on. I'm doing this enum over all of the notifications for this keyword. And this might be another question for Brainless. I've currently got email, SMS, Slack, and then Discord, but the Slack and the Discord actually end up being basically the same. Oh, no, they're not totally the same. I'm not sure this is accurate, actually, but yeah, I have to look at the Discord API to be sure. Yeah, I need to make sure of that, actually. But just as a quick question, if I wanted to match two things, could I just stack them, right? Like if they had the same result, could I just stack these two? Doesn't look like I could. So then what would be the way to match on two values but do the same like branching logic? Would it just be like Slack or Discord? Would that be it? Well, I mean, that would be a when. So I'm currently inside of a case statement. Are you saying I could do the when after I've done the email and SMS part? All right, let me get more music on. Because I was under the impression the when had to be like up by the do part. So you're saying instead of this clause, I would just do a when? So they definitely don't like that. And I'm guessing it feels like it's because I'm already matching on these other two types. Hold on, let me look at what you wrote. Maybe I misread it. Oh, value when value. Oh, I see, I see. I see now. Value when value, and then that would be it. No, I see it. I was missing that part. Got it. Okay. I like that. No, that's cool. I don't think they overlap as much as I thought because I'm seeing text versus content, but now I need to check like the docs. So executing the webhook. And I think I just used the webhook URL directly as they gave it to me. So when sending a message, you must provide at least one of. All right. And then it would be content. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Nice. Yeah, how you doing? Nice. Okay. So it's not the exact same. It ends up being so close, though, that we could definitely do this. But I would just need to figure out this value based upon whether it is Slack or Discord. That looks pretty good to me. Handling failures? Yeah. Yeah, we're not currently handling a failure. I can leave that as a to do. That's a future me problem. All right, so we do need to fix the rendering of this, right? Testing scopes. We should probably have an icon next to the like. We should probably put an icon somewhere in here so we know which one's which. But ooh, hot damn. We see general here. Messijo dev just landed. Nice. But Messijo dev doesn't have a message here yet. And I think maybe that's just because I missed it. Ooh, but maybe not. So let me just double check this. We'll restart the server just to be sure. Ooh, an update notification Slack. I might have messed that one up. Yeah, I think I broke that. All right, so next week, new project starts. Kind of excited. Only problem is you can't stand the PM. Oof. Yeah, that's brutal. That's really brutal. Oh, buddy. All right, so hold on. We see a flaw here. No case clause matching Discord inside of get keyword notifications by org ID and keyword ID. And that is on Messijo keywords. Yeah. Oh, yep. And brainless. Hold on, wait. Let's try what? What did I miss? Maybe have a nickname for your PM. Every time he upsets you, you call him that name in your mind. When he asks why you're smiling, you say it's you in a good way. Not a lie. No, that's good. I get it. Right? Kind of similar to how when I see Guillermo Rausch, I think, oh, Gizmo. Right? Like what we do in the shadows. He's not Guillermo, he's Gizmo. Fucking Gizmo. It's not even necessarily a bad thing. I love that show. And Guillermo's a good character. So he should be proud. Fucking Gizmo. I don't mean that in a negative way. I don't even know the dude. I think he puts his foot in his mouth every once in a while when he gets political, but other than that, whatever. If I had a nickel for every time some tech asshole had a bad political opinion, I'd have a shitload of nickels. Now, there's definitely something I'm missing from this part. We've got webhook URL. I don't actually need the bot token here. I think we're actually good. Let's just double check these. Yeah, no, I think we're good there. Nope. Never mind. Key Discord server not found. Oh, hold on. No, I already know where I messed it up. Yep. And then, yes, notification Discord is not done because we forgot to do that join. Has the time change already taken place? I believe the time change happens at like UTC time, right? Which means that we are past UTC time for sure. Of like the day ticking over. That happens at like 4 p.m. my time. Well, I mean, now it might be 5 p.m. until my time zone changes next week. But for EU people, I feel like it should have happened. I could be wrong, though. It might be based on your local time instead of UTC. Oh, that doesn't look good. Oh, that's just the operation spec stuff. That's actually totally fine. Shit. No, Alex, here in the US, we are not. It'll be next week, but people in the EU have it today. So there's like a week each year where we're like out of sync. Key webhook URL not found in and yeah. I messed that part up. Hold on. Yeah, it's not webhook URL here. It is webhook URL Slack, and then webhook URL Discord. Ah, son of a bitch. Oh, no, that was wrong. I wanted to do it. Yeah, I wanted to do it down here. Wrong place. I'm getting hasty. All right, so we're just waiting for that value to tick up to a 9. Any minute now. There it is. Ooh, buddy. There it is. Like a glove. All right. We're formatting it wrong. But like a fucking glove. Hell yeah. Yeah, we got to fix the formatting, but damn, dude. Yeah, we're seeing some other shit too. We're getting it twice, which is a problem. So we still got like the duplicate bug in our listening for some of this, but hey, we have some progress. Yeah, cool. I broke the seal. Let me go use the restroom again. I'll be right back. But before I go, let me put on some music. Yeah, that's awesome. We're gonna maybe not show it because I need to be here making sure it doesn't say anything totally offensive. Alrighty, I went and turned on the oven so I can get food going when it's time for gaming stream. It'll take a little bit to heat up. It's got to get all the way up to 450 for the crab cakes. And let's keep thinking about this. So it's the message that we're sending that has an issue. And really, right, I'm not necessarily sure I like the formatting we're doing. But our next message that comes in here should at least have that spacing better. And then the link should actually work. Oh, but this might be why I might want to split these out, because I think the formatting is going to be different from Slack. Right? Like from Slack to Discord. I think that ends up being an issue. So let me double check that part. And that's where we run into the error of update notification Slack is broken. Yeah, let's just close that for now. That is due to me messing up in here, I think. Yep. What year is my profile picture from? The one here on Twitch. That one's a bit old. Yeah, that one's probably from when I was like, I want to say, like 33. So it's almost 10 years ago. I should update it. I'd probably end up doing, let me try and remember which one. Does Cascadia JS? I mean, if we click 2026 and go 2025. And if we click that, do they show the real photo? They don't. Trying to think where I might have the real photo. CYC? Wait, did I miss me? Oh, there I am. Yeah, I'd probably switch to that photo. Yeah, I mean, they generated it from this photo. And this one's just from like 2 years ago. But I'm thinking about making that my official one. There was also one from, like, from Cascadia that looked pretty good. Like this one. I could do a high-res version of that. That could also be good. But yeah, either one of those are probably going to be like my new official. I just haven't switched on all the platforms yet. That was not bad, right? I still think this one's probably better. Just better lighting. The current one's too recognizable. Yeah, exactly. Like if I change it, then people got to get used to the new image. But it should probably be kept up to date, right? And an image from over 10 years ago is a bad idea. Or around 10 years ago, I guess. You never liked that hat? Well, too bad. Deal with it. Now it's fine. Yeah, you don't have to like it. The fact that I have the mustard yellow in both of these photos is pretty funny. I'll probably end up getting some good photos at JS Nation this year, like as an MC. So hopefully we'll have another one to choose from there. I just found this beanie again, right? We haven't worn this one in ages. It's not gray. Maybe it looks a little gray, but it's more like a tan, kind of like skin color. Not like tan skin color, but skin color, skin color. Like my skin color. All right, so let's double check on this. All right, so we did end up formatting this better, but we're not linking it properly. Sure. I mean, they all contrast it a bit, but how much is the contrast? Beanie. Yes, exactly. I think some like cultures and languages call it a toque or a toque or something like that. I don't know. It's a beanie. Because I haven't touched my about in ages. Like in a really long time. They call it a toque? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so here's my thought. We're not totally done yet. Here in the matcher, we need a leaving off. Is Theo having to explain client-side rendering, server-side rendering? Again? Man. Poor guy. Have a formatting function? Yeah, maybe. I know, poor guy. And let's double check that. Let me make sure. When we go look at the Slack channel. Oh, but I made a mistake. I forgot. Oh, and that's right. Shit. What? Oh. Yeah, maybe the server has to be running. I guess. I suppose. It blended. There we go. All right, so now we go to keywords. Now we go to LLM. We add a notification. Except. Okay, yeah. So we've got a caching issue over there too. Yeah, ASDF is he's a righteous dude. All right, so we're waiting for that to tick up to 18. We'll give it a sec. I mean, Rud Piers did not do this, man. All right, there we go. Did it blend? Oh, it blended. Yeah, see, so this is the issue. This is a link here in Slack, but in the Discord, right? It's not a link. So we got to figure out what our formatting is. And I think with Discord, we just do it as Markdown, right? But dude, pretty solid. All right, so yeah, what we'd want to do is this. So this is format. Format message. Oh god. Oh god. What did I break? What did I break? Okay. So yeah, we need to pass keyword in there too. Oh, so that's not the format. How do we do message formatting for Discord? We have a stream on the game tonight. I mean, Bingo will be on gaming stream tonight for sure. I'm not sure which game we'll be playing. But yeah, I don't think I have VODs on that channel. So, like, I'm not going to be doing it on this channel. I have a gaming channel if you're not aware of it. Oh, was someone talking about baseball stuff? Oh, I don't know. Tomato, tomato. Yeah. This is just live data from Blue Sky, etc. All right, so now I got to look up in the Discord docs how we do message formatting. I don't think I need to do the with components part. But yeah, Walla Wonka. I like your name. That one's good. Chat identity successfully changed. Okay. What was your previous identity? If you don't mind saying, if you don't want to, go for it. That's fine. Oh, and I messed it up. I did an image instead of, yeah. Hold on. That's on me. I think we just wanted that. Oh, and I've got them backwards. Hold on. So it might be that, but I'm definitely doing this backwards. I always make that mistake. So let's double check. That might be it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm doing the exclamation point, though. Is exclamation point just for images? I think that's it. I always mess that part up, too. You want to see that tick up to 34 or more. Any minute now, unless we have some bug that's breaking everything. No, that all looks fine. Oh, it ticked up. A. All right, so that's a lobsters mention. The lobsters mentions we need to format some of the data better. I think Hacker News would have the same problem. But it looks like we are linking here properly at the top. Wow, is he really that old? Is he going to be hitting 100? That's kind of crazy. A sweep is as lucky can be. Yeah, everything besides that accent, solid performance. He's having his own personal Y2K. Exactly. Yep. As far as accents go, you're not wrong. Back in that day, actors were still doing like the weird fake New England accent. Right? Like the one from It's a Wonderful Life. Yeah, see? Like they do that like, oh, I'm the luckiest man in the world. Like, I don't know. It was like such a bullshitty accent that all actors put on for reasons, you know? Yeah, that transatlantic accent. Exactly. You love that accent? All right. Touche. I get it. It's fine. Okay, so here's another interesting thing. Oh, wait, maybe not. No, it totally is. So in Discord, they show us a preview, even if we're like prefacing the link. Like if we're making a link of something, they still show the preview of the link. Whereas I don't think Slack does that for us. We're not getting any of like the preview stuff. Hmm. No, and I'm not worried about the preview. I think the preview is actually nice. At some point, we could give people an option to disable it. That would be kind of nice, and we could do that. But I don't know if it's important. Are you saying in Slack you think the preview is only for like integrations like that? I mean, if we had the URL and we just pasted the URL directly, I thought we would see something. Like maybe bots can't do it. But if a person were to post it, maybe they could. I think that might be a big part of it. All right, if I copy link address and then paste it, right, we get the preview. Your Y1K pitch. Yeah, sorry. But wouldn't it be like Y1C? Right? Isn't the Roman numeral for 100 a C? Do I have that wrong? Yeah, 1000 is K. Exactly, right? So I thought you were talking about like Dick Van Dyke is hitting his Y1C. No, it's Y1C. Oh, different topic? Okay, yeah, I guess I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. Talking about Y2K, Y1K was worse. Oh, now I see what you're talking about. I don't think it was. Was plague a thing back in when was the plague? I feel like the plague was 1200s, right? Oh, 1300s. I was close. Tomato, tomato. What's 100 years between friends? Yeah. I just rounded the wrong direction. Man, I don't know if I was expecting to finish this today. Right? Like the Discord integration. I don't think I was expecting to finish it today. But we did. I'll do like an announcement about it. Like I should start doing the whole like, hey, we just launched a new feature for a thing I built to try and get users. What I should probably do is make sure that my payment stuff actually works. So I should probably sign up and pay for it myself, even at like the lowest tier. I think that would have some value. So yeah, I'll probably try and do that tomorrow. just hanging out. Sign up and pay myself, basically, just to make sure it even works. And then if it is working, yeah, we can do some announcement stuff on Monday. Like, hey, I just added blah, blah, blah for my blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, whatever. Like, I'm blowing it. I'm not doing any marketing at the moment. I should be hyping this thing up on social media. But okay, so, man, that feels good to knock out a feature. What do we think our next step is? I'm going to say Discord notification support's done. We didn't even mark it as in progress. It happened so quick. The auto connect flow would be nice. We are running a single instance right now, yeah. And with how our performance is going, it'll be a long time before we hit a bottleneck, in my opinion. Like our CPU load is like 2%. Maybe that's like cores instead of the whole thing. Do you know what these values mean specifically? Start sending more than one message on the same topic. Yeah, I mean, that'll be a problem we deal with when we have to scale to multiple instances, but it's not a problem right now. I'm actually kind of curious. Oh, this is local. Yeah, never mind. This is the local host. Where's our production one? Yeah, I was wondering why. Yeah, no, that's a totally different thing. This is the production server. And in production, dude, we're not even close to consuming an entire core. Right? The RAM, we're not even close to consuming all of our RAM. Like, yeah, it'll be a long time before we need to scale beyond a single machine, in my opinion. To need to scale beyond a single machine would be a nice problem to have. We are hitting some queries that are hitting like close to 10 milliseconds. There's probably something we could do to optimize that a bit better. But I'd say it's pretty good right now. So let's get this stuff pushed up. Oh. And yeah, that's going to fail because our dev server's not running. All right, so that's a different error. I believe it's an unused variable error. Declared, but yeah. All right, so this is in repos Messijo apps dashboard in the notification form. Let me just, we're going to play Synthwave Belongs in Museum just one more time. Well, and what's this complaining about? And we'll let that be. That one's fine. So yeah, this is in the front end. It's notification form. Yep. All right, cool. So the Discord part is published. Let's pour another victory beverage. Kava and Kavasik? What are those? Audio visualizers. Oh, interesting. And what was the relevance? Like, where'd that come from? If there is no relevance, that's fine too. I'm just curious. Oh, that is a stronger beverage than I was intending. I was like, oh, it's so close to empty. Might as well just pour it. Ooh. Nah, it's basically just a double. It's not a triple, at least. I normally pour like a light single when I'm just drinking at home. I'll get doubles when I'm out and about, especially at a bar that gives you like a price cut. Like there was a bar in San Diego where ordering a double was like $24 on a shot that costs you 16. So they're basically giving you like 50% free on the second part of the double. All right, so yeah, let's think about what we're doing here next. Do we think webhook support or Microsoft Teams support is more important? And I also think the auto connect to Slack Discord thing would be nice, but maybe Teams. Oh. Maybe Teams ends up being more important so we can like think about our abstraction. Right? If we get Teams in there, it'll help us think about how we wire up to other chat apps. Oh, so you see my voice influencing the visualizers? Oh, that's cool. Are you taking off, Pedro? Yeah, no worries, man. Going out to party again? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Teams is necessary. I think Teams might be the next step. All right, real quick. I think my oven might be heated up. Let me at least go throw the crab cakes in. We don't have to, you know, we don't have to go just yet, but I at least want to get those cooking because I'm getting hungry and I need something to soak up a bit of the booze. So give me a second. And yeah, we need to think about what our next steps are. Maybe we start just looking at the docs for MS Teams integration. I think that's a good next step. Yeah, let's do that. Give me a second while I go put these crab cakes into the oven. crab cakes in the oven. They're gonna be good. They're gonna be real good. But yeah, later, Pedro. Sorry. I missed maybe what else you were saying. Nope, you said later. Nope, that's it. You cheated and ordered Caesar's pizza tonight? Like Little Caesars? Man, they don't even have Little Caesars near where I'm at. I don't even remember what it tastes like. Ooh. All right. Well, let's look at that bug then. It shouldn't have. So you're saying we go to keywords, we click into, let's say, this one, then we filter by, let's say, lobsters, and then we mark one as red? Oh. And I think I know exactly where that's happening. Let's go fix that. Yeah, let's get it running locally. Actually, I think that was local. Yep. There's a picture of Little Caesar's pizza next to the word delicious. Pizza, pizza. All right, so here on the events page, okay, so then for keyword event, on status update, new status. Ooh, all right, so we're good there, but it still loads us up with that load more button. Now, I thought the load more button the load more button should be more deterministic, so that has more value. Let me just find every place we're doing this to make sure I'm at least passing platform. We are. Okay. So then the has more value. Yeah, let's log out what these values are. All right, let's go to read unread. We'll mark as unread. Oh, that got wonky too. All right, so what's the log value that we get there? Has events, has more is true. Keyword events length, platform status total is 2, which is incorrect. So the platform status total. Okay, so now, yep. All right, so when we're clicking, and let me just drag these to the right place. We're doing front end fixes at the moment. Oh, it only completed one of them. Oh, I hadn't seen that as a button before. All right, platform is what we set it as. There we go. Like a glove. Like a glove. All right, there we go. Hell yeah, Brainless. We got you. And again, would I be able to knock that out as quick as I did if I hadn't built it myself? If I let the LLM take the wheel, I'd have to let the LLM fix it too. All right, so it'll take a few minutes to get up there to production, but it should be there pretty quick. Yeah, I think it's really good for prototyping. It's really good for discovery, for sure. All right, so yeah, let's start looking into, right? Let's look at what we got. I'm thinking this is in progress now. So yeah, MS Teams notification support. Let's do that. Right, if we thought the Discord docs were bad, I'm scared. Like, if we thought the Discord docs were bad, oh shit. Okay, spoiler alert. Give it a sec. I'll explain what we're doing here in just a second. This is such a surprise. I was actually planning on raiding Theo like an hour ago, and then I just had other tasks happen. So, welcome everyone from the raid. I was actually planning on raiding Theo. But whatever. So, for everyone joining from the raid, welcome. How y'all doing? Yeah, dude, thank you for the resub. Appreciate that. All right, so, yeah, I know, right? Big boost to the audience. Thanks, Theo. And I forgot to thank you, actually. Dude, thank you for the invite to the party. That was awesome. It was such a good party. I feel bad that I didn't even say hi while I was there. But awesome party as always. So, let's do the shout-out stuff. All right, so for everyone joining from the raid, and yeah, how was the content stuff? I only caught like a little bit as I was like doing my lurk thing, but yeah, we're looking into like the Microsoft Teams API. I know, right? Good way to lose the raid. The thing I'm building is a way for brands to listen for keywords on various social media platforms. The platforms I have set up right now are Blue Sky, Lobsters, and Hacker News. The way you can be notified on email, right? And we do some batching with that. We can also notify you via Slack and Discord, and we just finished the Discord thing today. And it's live if you want to check it out. It's definitely, it's got bugs, it needs work. But the next step we're going to have to do is like, how do we notify people in their Microsoft Teams channels when someone gets notified? And is it scraper stuff? Kind of. For Blue Sky, we listen to the fire hose. Every message that happens over Blue Sky, you can listen to with just a WebSocket, which is really cool. For Lobsters and Y Combinator, we do some other stuff. For Lobsters, we do the RSS feed. For Y Combinator's Hacker News, we use like Algolia's indexing and stuff. This has nothing to do with MS Teams, I promise. But yeah, Blue Sky is really cool with the fire hose. But how we ingest these things and how we notify people, that's the part we're working on now. And we just got Discord working. Like, seriously. We're listening for the word LLM, but we're not, like, restricting it to be just the word LLM. So we get random things based upon, like, Linus Ullmark, because LLM's in the name. So that's the thing. But, yes, we have the Discord server stuff working. We also have our test Slack channel working. So this same like Linus Ullmark message is in there. So yeah, this is the thing that I'm just building because it's kind of fun, and I figured why not. And then I noticed that in the same space, there's things like mention.com, which charges like $600 a month. So I think there's some room for disruption. We can charge way less. I know, right? Some companies would happily pay it. And yeah, there's another company that we saw called OctoLens, which actually seems a lot closer to what we're doing. And I just think, you know, we could undercut them a little bit too. $6 a month, no big deal. So yeah, like these people I'd be competing with, but I can do webhooks, unlimited seats, like all these other things. The amount of keywords and mentions is what I'm going to like do my like billing tiers based on. And that's basically like the idea. Is this open source? It isn't, but if that was a deal breaker for investment at some point, I could easily open source it. We could do the Sentry license, right? That fair license. If you guys haven't seen it, I think it's actually really cool. Like the fair source license is awesome. And I would happily switch to it at some point. So yeah, welcome everyone. I hope I caught most messages. What's the website theme called? Yeah, sorry. So Anmol, I'm using Neo-Brutalism because I am not a designer. I am not capable of building out a really good design system. So I let some library do it for me. And yeah, oh, you sweet summer child. This is light. This is a small amount of tabs, right? You can still see letters on the tab. That's very light for me. It's been way worse. Yes, I am using Elixir and React, though. Yep. Yeah, so our backend is Elixir. You know, we got some magic in there. This is like our match and notify function or module or whatever, and this is where we do like the heavy lifting of finding the keywords within a message, and then for lobsters, blue sky, etc., we just format the message into a shape that we can like reuse, and that's where like all this magic happens. But I mean, it's kind of fun. Is my coding font Comic Sans? No, it's Drama Sans. Sans the drama. Our ligatures are farm to table. I made them myself. No, it's 2 spaces, but the spaces are pretty small. Like, do we have a good example of the ligatures? Yeah, here you go. Look at that. Isn't that the smoothest thick arrow you've ever seen? Bespoke artisanal farm-to-table ligatures. Damn right. How far are we with the MS Teams API? I haven't done any research into it yet. Honestly, that was just the first Google search I did, and I haven't even looked at what that API is like. So someone mentioned that the REST API is probably ideal, so I might use that, but through Slack and Discord, they use the webhook like process. I may want to do that if they support it just to keep things consistent, but I'm not 100% certain. Yeah, I mean, it's not even that the API would be hell. I just don't envision the docs being good. Like, I thought the Discord docs sucked. I'm not looking forward to the team's documentation. So yeah, welcome everyone. Appreciate you. Yeah, and I mean, when you're at like that scale as Microsoft, you want to keep all of that stuff like branded the right way. But then you sacrifice the user experience of it. Teams can also use webhooks, but you can do better formatting with the Graph API. I mean, the formatting is pretty light. If we look at these messages, all I need to do is make a hyperlink for the new mention of blank, and then I just print the message. So I don't have a lot of like constraints for what I end up needing to like print. I do have, give me just a second. I have some crab cakes in the oven. I don't mind just eating them on this channel rather than like switching over because we got that awesome raid from Theo and he's a dude. But yeah, we are in the process of researching what wiring up Microsoft Teams would be like. Yeah, I think the webhooks might be easier for me. I know, DM you a crab cake. I'll try. I'll jam it into the computer screen and see what happens. I might have to clean the screen after that. But give me just a second. Let me double check that these aren't burning right now. Okay, so they were basically done. So I got them. 24 little mini crab cakes. They're going to be delicious. Get to materializing. Exactly. So yeah, let's start looking at this Teams API. But just for more context for everyone joining, I started on the Discord integration on Thursday, and we finished it today. So I'm really proud of that. How many users do I have? How many makes the startup plan the most popular? I don't know if you know this, but when some company on their pricing page says most popular, it's always bullshit. Little trick of the trade. Hope you know that. It's always bullshit. There's not a single startup that's told the truth with that, ever. And I do work for GitKraken, for sure. It's my first role as a developer advocate, so I'm still figuring it out as we go. But I enjoy it. Yeah, and if you like the product, that's cool. GitLens is awesome. If you don't use GitKraken Desktop, that's fine. It doesn't offend me. But yeah, the like GitLens and some of our tools I think are really cool. World's best pizza. Exactly. 10 slots left. Yeah, I'm going to try and not do too much like shady bullshit. But yeah, I am doing the most popular. It's a lie. And anyone that actually wants to use Messijo, if you're willing to actually like give me feedback and stuff, I'll totally bump you up to like a higher billing tier for free. I need users. I need testers. So give it a shot. Let me know, and then just reach out to me. It's Messijo.com. And yeah, I do get some good QA from people here in stream, which is nice. Like, hold on. Let's go to production. I think I'm even. Like, I wonder if Theo's even here still. Okay, no, I don't have it on this one. I swear I have, like, keywords for Theo in one of these. Maybe it's in my local. Or maybe I deleted it. But at one point I was, like, testing for, like, oh, would Theo be interested in, like, when someone mentions him on Hacker News or Lobsters or something? Yeah, I assume he had to run. I get it. Yeah. I assume he had to run. But, yep. Yeah, I'll send him a message thanking him. Also thanking him for the party. Dude, the party at TwitchCon was super cool. He's in the community tab? Wait, what does that mean? Let's double check. How are the crab cakes? Epic. GitLens is nice. You do have an unhealthy trauma response to paid dev tools, but GitKraken looks so nice. Yeah, no, I get that. Honestly, Tino, like, the creator of GitLens, I think also has a similar response. He's our CTO, and he's a super cool dude. But yes, he's had to deal with a lot of pushback from people that use GitLens, but are really upset for the fact that we're trying to charge money for other features. So I get that. I totally understand that perspective. And our CTO feels the same pain. Because GitLens was free for ages, wasn't it? But, you know, business is business. GitLens has paid features, but you can use GitLens for free. And you won't offend me if you don't want to pay for it. I don't actually care. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Oh, Dan, I see what you're saying. Like, he's listed as, like, a lurker or chatter or whatever. I think he just leaves that on just to be a dude. Just to, like, leave a lurk. Which, like, any good streamer typically does. Yeah, certain things, if you get value out of it, are worth paying for. I'm not saying you got to pay for GitKraken. But we do have some nice features that could be worth paying for. Like, if you work on a bunch of different repos, especially like as an open source maintainer or something, Launchpad can show you like all of like your PRs and issues and stuff that you're tagged on in one view, rather than like having to click through the tabs or rely upon like GitHub's terrible notification system. Like, I get that. But yeah, so Geek Power. Microsoft removed the easy way of sending incoming messages. The new way is using bots in Teams. You could also create a connector in Power Automate, which could be connected to Teams and other platforms. Yeah, I mean, I think I want to do the bot thing because that mimics the Slack and the Discord like pattern that we're following there anyway. So my guess is Microsoft Teams would follow the same patterns that Slack and Discord follow, just because people making integrations for those things want something familiar. But yeah, let's keep looking for docs on this. Like, I'll probably need to create a user account so I can create a bot. Trial section says 1 keywords. Yeah, that's probably a bug I should fix. I'll leave it as a note for myself for later. The marketing site is the least updated. But you're totally right. That's on the pricing page, right? So we'll add it here as a to-do. And we'll mark it as a bug. And yeah, no, great feedback. Messijo is similar to X Radar, which is included in the $40 a month plan. Okay, so yeah, like X is insane. And I could understand why X has their own thing for it, because if you wanted to do a similar thing for X, have you seen how expensive their API tiers are? Right? At the free level, you can read 100 posts a month. Then it jumps to 200. Then it goes to 5K. Like, I would need a massive amount of users to justify paying that, or I would need VC funding. And I've never even, like, thought about what applying to Y Combinator would look like, but I would definitely do that. Or a dedicated user that would pay that. Yeah. Yeah, one dedicated user could totally solve that problem too. Maybe bring your own key. That could be something to consider too. Yeah. No, that's not a bad idea. So I think you're looking at our like pricing tiers right now. And I don't see a reason to not offer Slack, Discord, etc. I think even on the trial, we could just do that and it wouldn't be a problem. So I would say this is very outdated. I would put webhooks in at least one of the paid tiers. But as far as like Slack, Discord, MS Teams, if they're not charging me money, dude, I could make that part of the trial and pre-seed like totally fine. Yeah, exactly. I think there are products that do this stuff for sure. Put X as a $200 add-on. Maybe. I think that's a problem that we can address later. Again, like it's possible. These are all options. I just think we could get our MVP and at least like a user base that makes us some money before we even have to solve the X problem. Yeah, take it easy there, haha. But yes, I do think I need to fix the marketing site. It is like the least important thing to me right now. I need functionality, I need users, I need product market fit, right? Yes, I think X would be something we could do, but I would need users to tell me how much they'd pay for it and like all that stuff. Meanwhile, all this other stuff I can just do from a single machine. As an example, let me see. I know it's one of these tabs. All right, that's local. Right, so here's the live server. We do see that some of these queries have jumped up to 75 milliseconds, which I think is higher than we've ever seen it, most likely due to the traffic y'all are bringing in, and I appreciate that, actually. I would say queries jumping to 70 milliseconds, etc., isn't ideal. So we'll have to figure out what we can do to solve that. There's definitely a couple places where we are being a little too liberal. Am I running my own auth? I mean, it's mostly OAuth. And running your own OAuth is easy. Like running OAuth that consumes someone else's. Really? I was able to get it going. So I'm actually curious what your issue is now. And this is where I want to wire up Sentry to get a little more like insight into when those things are failing, but it worked for me. So yeah, I'm going to add that to my list at least. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to add that to my list. But yeah, like R5 Dan, like any feedback you want to give about that, just let me know. The text is error authenticating via GitHub. That's what you see on the page, right? Like, you should be able to send the URL, but if you want to like DM it to me or something, I can double check if there's anything that shouldn't be in there. And really, like, the only permissions I ask for are reading, like, your email, which is typically public on GitHub in most cases anyway. But if you're guarding that, maybe that's part of it. What am I drinking? Well, right now it's empty, but whiskey and Coca-Cola, I am out of. Like, I just finished off the Basil Hayden, but I could get some other whiskey. And then hold on. Signing up with a GitHub Enterprise account. Yeah, GitHub Enterprise I could see being a major issue. I haven't even tried that. You can DM me here on Twitch, right? Twitter, Discord, wherever you want. So Dan, when you like click through the OAuth thing, it shows you the permissions I ask for. And the only permission I ask for is your email. I don't ask for being able to do any actions on your behalf. So it's pretty safe via OAuth like standards. The only thing it could potentially leak is your email, because that's the only permission I ask for. Oh, you didn't even get there? You didn't even get to the GitHub part? Like, it didn't even redirect you to GitHub? Oh. Have you authorized my app in the past? I feel like that would only happen if you tried to click through it before. Yeah, new today. So I don't know, man. Yeah, show me the URL. I don't think there's anything that it would grant that you should be worried about. Yeah, maybe a cookie blocker. That could be part of it. Like, I'm not using cookies myself, but GitHub might. I just use JWTs. All right, hold on. No, and Dan, I can still read it. We get redirected back to it with the code. And that code, all right, so just so everyone is on the same page, let me just copy this so that we can all see it. That URL right there via OAuth, that code is only exchangeable for a token if you have my application's client secret. So there's nothing that you're leaking with that would have any issues being shared anywhere, because that code requires that I have the client secret. Now, for GitHub, that's the case, but for things like GitLab, they have a code flow that might not do that, but you'd still need the client ID and some other things. But in this case, that's a totally safe link to share. But I understand the, the trepidation or the hesitance. But yeah, I'm not sure why that would be failing. And this is where I probably need Sentry set up for better observability into the air. No, and that's fine, RFI. Like, again, better safe than sorry, dude. I totally get that. I'm going to copy and paste that. Now, the problem is I may not be able to look up within my error logs to find this. I should be able to look for that code, but maybe not. And that's like really where I need to set Sentry up better. It's in my to-do list. Where is it? Introduce better logging. No, it would actually just be in my my everything error logs, not just auth. Because I'm not using a service, I'm just like OAuth is so easy. It really is. Except when you run into issues like this. Yeah. I could see that. Yeah. I forget the name of that actor, but he was really good in Boardwalk Empire. All right, hold on. I'm going to pour some more whiskey, but I need another soda. So give me a second. Let me grab the soda. I look like I can see entire timelines too, only if I smoke enough weed. You should have seen the blunts that I smoked when I was at TwitchCon. Yeah, I could see the future when I smoked those blunts, for sure. You also get the GitHub error. Shit, okay, so there's definitely something. This is the real sugar Cokes. This is Costco style. When I'm out and about, I might do the regular old Coca-Cola. But hold on, I think there's a GitHub thing that you guys are running into that I feel like I've run into before and I totally forgot about. I feel like it's... I think there's definitely something in here that I'm forgetting. And I've run into it before and I totally forgot about. Hold on, do you have this checked? Do you have the keep email address private checked? Oh, so Dan, you have asked the app before. This is in GitHub/emails in your settings. Okay, so Geek Power, you do have that checked. Dan, do you also have that checked? Aha! Okay. So boom. All right, we discovered it. Now I need to figure out a good way to work around it. All right. Yeah. Thank you guys. Really appreciate that. This is why I love building in public on Twitch. Could you imagine how long it would have taken me to find a user that reported that rather than just like, well, I ran into a bug, I guess I don't use it anymore, right? Like, dude, anyone doing a startup thing not building in public on Twitch is really taking the hardest route as a startup, in my opinion. Even if it's private, wouldn't get share it. I don't know. There might be some other thing I could do. Maybe I'm reading the wrong value. I'm not sure. Yeah, like Tech Brew, honestly, it's probably a bug in the way that I'm trying to read the email value. And it's probably throwing because I'm looking up the wrong key within the payload they give me. That's my current guess. I won't know until I turn this on and check it. But again, like, man, it would take me forever to find a user willing to actually report that issue without actually just being right here in public. Exactly. Yeah, it's most likely something I'm doing wrong, but it's one of those things that I forget every time. So yeah, thank you guys for reporting that. Again, that is the power of building in public. And I really appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, who needs Sentry? Yeah, you all are Sentry. But also, the fact that I remembered that. What am I using for the to-do list? This is linear. If you're a single dev, linear versus Trello versus whatever doesn't matter that much. But on a team, dude, linear, like, I've never worked on a team that uses linear. I wish I have. Because I've done way too many, like, Jira projects. I've done way too many GitHub projects. Like, we've used U-Track before and some other bullshit on teams I've been on. Linear is the best experience I've ever had, but I haven't done it as a team, but I really want to. I've heard ClickUp is good too. And Dan, I'm just doing it myself. I don't believe in packages for OAuth at this point because I've implemented it so many times. I know in Elixir there's UberAuth and some other stuff. For the front end, there's like Clerk and some other bullshit. It's really not that complicated. Sure, you run into bugs like this, but it's really just not that complicated. Free plan has 50 issues? Wait, really? Now, on 250. Okay. Right. 50 would be insane. 250, all right. No, I get that. And then at that point, it's $10 a month. Yeah, no worries there, Koku. That's fine. I would say for my use case, it's currently fine. And then as a solo dev, if I run into this number, I'll consider other stuff. Because again, as a solo dev, it does not matter to me. Yeah, like old stuff can be archived. I think finished tasks don't count either. I'm not 100% certain on that. But if we look at it, right, as far as like done tasks go, I might be getting close to that 250 here soon, right? Canceled, done. I would hope that done qualifies as archived, but maybe not. I don't know. Worst case scenario, I could, I don't know, probably do something here. Oh, and hold on. John. So yeah, you're saying plain.so? Sure. I'm not a big fan of self-hosting something like this. I do like the Kanban board. Yeah, it looks nice. I would say eventually, if I become profitable, something like linear would probably be worth it. But yeah, self-hosting is an option too. I think you can self-host linear. No, maybe not. No, maybe plane's just the only option there. I thought linear was self-hostable, but maybe that's just for enterprise. I don't know. Doesn't matter that much. Let me get more music going, though. 1 second. Yeah, like $10 per user per month. Eventually, yeah, self-hosting might be totally worth it. For sure. Notion Kanban. Their databases are slow. Sure. And yeah, we can keep looking at the Microsoft API. Like, I don't know. There's no problem in chatting and chilling and discussing this stuff. That's the whole point of streaming, right? If I just wanted to be productive, well, I mean, even if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably not be as productive. I don't know if you all know this. I consider streaming a productivity hack because if I wasn't streaming right now, I'd be playing video games. I'd be doom scrolling Reddit. I'd be doing basically anything other than work. So at least by chatting about this stuff and doing other stuff, I'm more productive than I'd be on my own. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I truly consider streaming actually a superpower. Do I know the string for the scope for the email that I'm requesting? We can look at it real quick. Yeah, that's no big deal. If we go to our login page. Hold on. Ah, here it is. All right, so the GitHub link looks like this. So I'm not even throwing scopes into it. But if I go look at, let's see, where would it be? Yeah, it's probably in the app dashboard. Just give me a second. Oh, not that. Wait, what? I thought it was in this list. I think it's at the org level. Yeah. It's at the org level. Developer settings, GitHub apps. Oh, I guess I have it as an OAuth app. It only asks for public user info, so yeah, that's most likely it. Oh, I don't even see it in this list. Yeah, try user : email. Yep. Yeah, good fix. Yeah. And we could go in and fix that now. Or we could start looking more at the team stuff. What do y'all think? the bug. All right. Yep. All right. All right. It's fine. Let's do it, I guess. So yeah, Robotic Head, if you're out there, it might be a bit before we get to the gaming. I don't think anyone here came for the teams. I don't think a single person here came for the team stuff. All right, so I believe it would just be scope in this context, right? You came here for the shits and giggles. Eh, you know. They're not limited edition. Okay, so servers running. Let's double check this at the local level. I will log out. Oh, that's Messijo.com. What I should do is turn this on for myself. That's all fine. Coding and listening. Yeah, I think this makes for a great co-working stream. Now, that's my opinion, so you can disagree if you want. But I stream 5 days a week, typically 5+ hours each day. You're interested in the team stuff? All right. Well, yeah, let's we'll look at it after we get this bug fixed. Hell yeah. Again, this is my favorite part of streaming. Yep, no worries. Yeah, I'm good background noise. You'll hear me exclaim in success when we get it working. Or you'll hear me exclaim in failure when we don't. Either way. Hopefully the music is nice for you, though. And I will throw it out there. If you don't like the music, the YouTube channel is a good place for you because the music doesn't make it to the YouTube because of their terrible copy strike system, right? So just in case you're not into synthwave and you want to listen to your own music, but you still want to lurk, YouTube's good for that. All right. Here we are locally. Error authenticating via GitHub. So we have reproduced it. Oh, yeah. Sorry about the ad. Should be done soon. All right, so we're able to reproduce it. Let me double check this. So on our back end, we've got our auth controller. Console shows error. I mean, console's not going to help us that much because what we actually are running into an issue with is we're trying to grab your data and the value we're trying to grab from, I think, is our issue. So, I mean, if we were to go look at the back end here, we see this error right here. Yep. Nil given for email. That's our bug. So because of that, right, we see user details, name, email. And we're logging like the last couple characters to make sure we have the right secret. I'm glad I didn't log the whole thing because that would suck. But as we look at the response we get for the user, right, we see email came back as nil. And that's it. So yeah, there's something we're doing wrong there. And I feel like it's not just our scope here, because we actually fixed that. So now I think it's down to wherever we set the permissions for our GitHub app. So let me go look at that. So it looks like it's not at the GitHub app side of things. So now it's got to be based on what I'm doing, and maybe it's not scope user email. Yeah, good night, Bingo. Have a good night. But user email didn't actually make it come through in here. So yeah, OAuth scopes user email. All right, so we're at least requesting the right scope. That's huge. Maybe I'm just hitting the wrong endpoint. Hold on. Should be sent as a query param. Yep, that's what we're doing. We do see scope equals user colon email there. But because I've already like authenticated and approved it, we're no good. So now I really do wonder if it's the endpoint that I'm fetching from. And hold on, the endpoint is OAuth/GitHub. Yeah. So OAuth, GitHub, log in with GitHub. Right? We do a fetch to the user endpoint, and I feel like it should be on that user endpoint. Oh, I need to hit the emails endpoint to get that? Oh. I'm just hitting the user endpoint. That would be it. Nah, that makes sense. Okay. All right, so I know that's the endpoint, sure, right? We get a 401 GitHub API emails. All right, so I don't want to set the value. I just want to fetch it. Okay. All right, so it's user slash emails, right? Yep. User slash emails. Hold on, let me shuffle this so I don't have to switch too many tabs. Authorization, bearer. Do we have to do the other headers? I'm not passing it. I think the default's fine. All right, will it blend? Like a glove. One second. All right, so what was the issue? We were trying to fetch the user's email, but we weren't asking for the email permissions at first. And because of that, certain users could do private emails, right? And the private emails were causing a failure because it was coming back nil when we fetched the user information. So instead, we needed to fetch the emails endpoint after we've fetched, like after we've requested the correct scope for OAuth. And then from there, we use the primary email that's on file in GitHub. There's a front end fix to do as well because we weren't requesting the proper scope. So we got to fix that too. But by the time... Oh. Well, hold on. Let me go back to GitHub again. How long till the fix is in prod? It'll be there in just a second. Just give it some time. All right, and then we'll do the front end fix because the back end takes a little longer to deploy. So then, yeah, front end fix we got. No, hold on. Let's just do a diff just to be sure. Yep, and that's it. All right, so it should be live here within the next, I don't know, 3 minutes, something like that. But yeah, thank you for finding that bug. I really appreciate it. And it would have taken me ages to find it without streaming. So anyone out there doing the startup thing, you might want to start streaming. Why don't I just use the GitHub desktop app? For making a simple commit and pushing it? I work for GitKraken. I understand. I don't need GitKraken for basic stuff. Clicking a button is easier than typing all that out. For some people, sure. But I'm a really bad typist. I'm a really, really bad typist. But I can type Git commands without looking at the keyboard. I'm not saying it's way easier. It just depends on what you're used to. But I've been typing Git commands for so long that, no, it would take me way longer to do the GitHub thing, right? Like GitHub desktop or whatever. I can type Git commands without looking at my keyboard, and there are very few things I can type without looking at my keyboard. Because I'm a really bad typist. Because all of our tooling and technology has made typing less and less relevant. I'd still have to type a commit message, right? That was the part that took the longest, not the git push whatever. Yeah, I don't. I definitely don't. I don't give a shit. Things that are easy to type become easier and easier to type. Other things, I'll happily look at my hands. I don't give a shit. One of the best programmers I've ever known is my mom. She looks at her hands. She still does the hunt and peck thing, but she's solved major SQL bugs for companies like Microsoft, where they take a query that might run for 48 hours and they optimize it to the order of like 5 hours. Doesn't matter how much you type or how quickly you type. You're thinking about that problem more so than you're just hammering out shit code. Yeah, you know the biggest secret, at least for her when doing these like business queries for Microsoft? Optimizing subqueries away and doing proper joins. That's it. At scale, subqueries are a real problem. They're basically a black box as far as the query optimizer is concerned. They can optimize the things around it, they can optimize the things inside the black box, but the query optimizer itself does not optimize the entire flow. With joins, it can. Yeah, yeah, it's really awesome. Auth just worked. Right? Shit. Yeah, I'm really proud of that, man. I'm really proud of that. We can have a bug, we can recognize it, we can debug it together, and we can push it up and have it fixed like that. Everyone should be streaming their side projects. It's not Jack and Coke. I can't drink Jack Daniels anymore. I used to be a sponsored snowboarder, and the company I rode for was Rome Snowboards. And at least back then, part of their branding was like they were like the rock and roller, like Hesher company. And Jack Daniels was like part of their branding, basically. And I've overdone it with Jack Daniels way too much, and I can't drink it anymore. Same thing like back in the day, Jaeger Bomb. Yeah, I can't drink Jaeger. I cannot drink Jaeger anymore. Oh, to be young in the early 2000s. Yeah, users will always find edge cases that you never would have found yourself. Exactly. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Tech Brew. Thank you, everybody. This is great. So now we get to start looking at the Microsoft Teams API. Was I really just trying to kick that can down the road a bit? Maybe. But now we can't. Now we just got to do it. Would Reddit be easier? You mean like building like a Reddit listener? Yeah. No, listening to Reddit would actually be a lot tougher because they also really restrict their APIs. And like they basically will not approve a commercial license for their API if you're doing anything they overlap with. And Reddit Pro kind of tries to do what I'm trying to do. So I think the Reddit thing is also like the X integration way further down the road than some of these other things. Yeah, Reddit is also tough. And again, there are things we could do because it's just RSS feeds, right? Scraping. We could hit the RSS feeds on a certain timer. But the way I'm thinking Reddit's going to have to be is because there's so many subreddits. What I would have to do is I would probably make Reddit part of like the higher billing tiers. And then as a user, when you select listening to Reddit, you'd pick X amount of subreddits that you want to crawl. And that would be something that's gated and you can maybe like pay for extra or something. And then eventually, once I have enough users that are listening to certain subreddits, well, then we can subsidize the subreddits that are like common across our user base. Like, hey, we have enough users using blank. That no longer counts towards your quota. Feel free to add other subreddits you want to listen to. Boom. There could be value in that. But it's like a whole different way of thinking about how I do the data fetching that it would be a little tough. What about a GitHub listener? I'm curious what a GitHub listener would do. Would you be listening for like mentions in issues or mentions in PRs? What would you want out of a GitHub listener? What is an event that you care about in GitHub? Like listening for topics and keywords? And I get that, sure. I don't know. Yeah, I think we'd have to like think about and stew on it a bit more. It's not a bad idea because I think I'm also tracking like YouTube, right? Like YouTube comments could be interesting. Listening for OpenAI API key. Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily want to do that. But I get it. Yeah, more of a fun feature than a commercial one, I would think. Yeah. And again, I'm a solo dev on this project. The entire stack is just me. So I got to really pick and choose which things I work on and which ones I don't. You see Slack isn't a notification option. Slack is only a notification option for paid users, but I think you're right that I want to make that not the case. Yeah, let me open that up real quick. I think, like, if you go to the pricing page, let me get more music going real quick first. That's more important. Yeah, like here we see email is the only one supported on the free tier, but we pushed up Discord in a way. Like, we haven't updated the pricing page. I do think Slack would totally work. I don't think there's a problem with offering Slack for the free tier. I don't have an issue with that. Yeah. So I at least just want to leave that as an issue to solve later. I don't know if it's one I want to solve exactly right now, but you're right. I should open that up. And it'll go in to-dos rather than backlog. Add Slack to free tier. Yeah, no, that's a good one. I would say some experience issues with GitHub auth. Done. We didn't even mark it in progress. It's just done. All right, but yeah, MS Teams notification support. Let's at least start looking at the API. Let's start looking at the docs a bit. And people who are more familiar with the API, I'd happily take some advice and links. And then LK, this is linear. It's good. There's a limit. Oh, and hold on 1 second. Sorry, Geek Power. Let me give you link privileges. There you go. I can still grab that, so you're not required to repost it. You can if you want. But yes, we will load that up in a new tab. The graph/REST API or a bot. So basically, let me show that flow. Because I think that'll make things a little more obvious. If I want to create a new notification, and hold on, did I kill the API? Oh, this is a totally different user. Hold on. Now I need to double check this locally. I'm wondering if that fix we just YOLO'd is giving us like a weird email address. Oh, no, we're good. Yeah, it's just CM Griffing here. No, yeah, that's totally fine. I'm a little surprised that the last login at is off. So that's a bug. Like if I log out and log back in again. Yeah, I'm not handling the last login at properly. All right, that's another bug I need to track. I'm pretty sure the bug is that I'm only tracking that when someone does the Magic Link login rather than OAuth logins. So that's another thing I need to fix. But yeah, we'll push that a little lower. And here's the biggest thing I was like ranting a little bit about earlier. If I had vibe coded this shit, I wouldn't even have an instinct of what to fix for that. Like, you saw me, I'm using Super Maven for auto-completing a bunch of stuff. but it's within just like the scope of the thing I'm doing at the time, rather than like letting an agent take the wheel. The moment I let the agent take the wheel, I lose that mental map of like where this stuff could be going wrong. And I highly value having a mental map of my applications. Custom queries instead of a single keyword in the future. So, Koku, maybe you're on the free tier. There's the idea of compound keywords. So, yeah, hold on. Let me delete this one. Yeah, and a compound keyword, which we can't select right now, would allow you to have multiple keywords you're looking for, and the order doesn't matter, right? And then eventually we would have like the and or the or the not type logic for it. We just haven't done that yet because I figure that's a little bit like further down the road. You're not wrong. I just think like I'm only one dev. I got to prioritize certain things over others. And I would say adding the whole like or and not logic is maybe like later than adding team support. Right? But yes, I'm almost positive we have an issue for it. And if not, it's top of mind for me anyway. So yeah, compound keywords are absolutely a thing we support at the higher billing tiers. And Dan, yes, I'm using regular expressions. I know. Do I have a license? Let's see if my my application went through. Shit. All right, so I don't have a regular expression license at the moment. So yes, I'm breaking the law. Allow the user to add a regular expression to be notified. I don't like that because that can be abused pretty heavily. Like you could write a regular expression that chews up way more CPU than it should. And also, that's more of like a power user thing. My goal for this is for like marketing departments. Who in your average marketing department is going to write a regular expression? They're not. All right, so Dan, thank you for that link. This would be for sending a message, okay? And then the other link you had was bots in Teams. Yeah, okay. I would guess it's probably a conventional bot. I'm probably not going to use any of their SDKs. I doubt there's one for Elixir. I'm going to have to register the bot and do all that stuff. Sure, I get that. So then sending the message, right? It would be the service URL of the bot, conversations, and conversation ID. So does this not follow the flow? Like, yeah, let me show this. So if we create a notification and we go Discord and we click this button and then we go to connect the Discord, what I end up doing is I do this request and then I can select the server that we go into and then I can select the channel for that server, right? That's the DM for the user. I don't want to DM users. I want to post to... I want to post to a channel. So wait, you get invalid form body error. Okay, so it doesn't have to be a DM. The channels are equal to DMs inside of Teams. Okay. All right, so the conversation ID would be the channel ID. What I'm wondering is, like, what is the flow in Teams to do this, like, permissions check and selecting the server you know, and then selecting the channel. Do you have a good link to the doc for like what that flow looks like? So you get invalid form body error when trying to connect Discord. And in what part of the process is that happening? Okay. So this is like some example code for how their bot works. Okay. All right, so when you click connect to Discord from the notification, so you're talking about this button. When you click that, you don't even see this screen? Or is it after you've done the selection and then you click the button? Okay, so you do see this screen, and then it's after you've clicked the right things, and then you click to authorize. That's when it shows invalid form body? Oh, it doesn't even show selection? Oh, so you click that button and it sends you to Discord, like .com, but the Discord.com is totally broken. Okay, hold on. And 1 second. That's the link it shows. We see, oh, client ID undefined. Well, that would be the problem. I know it. I get it. Yep. Nope. I know exactly what the issue is. Yeah, no, thank you. Good catch. I totally forgot to update the key, like the environment variables inside of inside of here. So let me just double check this. Yep, I know exactly it. I forgot to update that. Yep, variables and secrets. All right, we add one. And honestly, these are all public. I can show this. This isn't a big deal. I believe application ID is the same as the client ID, but I'll just copy it just to be sure. And then here, this is Veet Discord client ID. And yeah, all these are public anyway, so it's not a big deal. I do think I might need to re-trigger a deployment, though. And then, hold on, just give me a second. Retry deployment. Yeah, dude, thank you for finding that. Appreciate you there, Tech News. Or Tech Brew, sorry. And then this one for authorizing the bot in Teams. Perfect. Dude, you're saving me so much effort. I really appreciate that, Dan. Thank you. Yeah, I was hasty with pushing the Discord thing. I forgot a very key step. It's like I've been drinking whiskey or something. Super weird. Yeah, the key is I actually have it set up in my Doppler, right? But a Doppler is only used for my back end. For front end stuff, I still have to like set those things inside of Cloudflare. So that was like the step I missed. If you guys haven't seen Doppler, it's basically like a third-party, like AWS Secrets Manager or HashiCorp Vault, etc. I really like Doppler. So I'm hosting the backend on server.pro, which one of my mods actually runs. Here, I'll just show it in a different screen. So one of my mods runs server.pro. It's mainly like a game hosting platform. But for $7 a month, you get 4 gigs and 4 cores and 40 gigs of disk space. Like 4 gigs of RAM, 4 cores of CPU. For $7, that's fucking huge. I believe they're hosted on top of OVH, which is nice. But the fact that I can just support one of my mods and they've totally given me like a bunch of free credits for my like side stuff. I'm paying for this because it's a business thing, but I also host like a polling tool on their stuff, and it has been rock solid for years. Like I haven't touched this server in years, and it still just works as if I hosted it today. So like, what is your favorite color? All right, and we'll create a poll. Blue, brown, red, or red, green. I don't know. We'll leave it. Sure. Save. And if y'all want to vote, have at it. So yeah, my backend is on server.pro, which is by proxy on OVH. And then my front end is just on Cloudflare because it's just static assets. I know Theo's a big fan of Next.js and SSR. I consider SSR an edge case. I don't think most applications actually need SSR. You either need static site generation or a single page application. There are very few applications that truly need SSR. E-commerce, absolutely. Like really large, like classified style sites. Like imagine if you were hosting a website that had all of the listings for real estate in your region. Yeah, do you want to like render every single page every time one of them changes? No. And there's ways to get around that with SSG in general. But yes, if you have a classifieds listing that has tens of thousands of things in it, well, yeah, SSR might be the better option. But that's such an edge case. Most sites could be static site generated, or they could just be an SPA. Now, Theo may disagree, and that's fine. Healthy disagreement is important. Like, me and Theo have chatted a bunch of times. I still think he's wrong about Wasm. And you can tell him I said that. He doesn't think there's good use cases for Wasm, and I think there are. Discord should be good to go. Give it a shot. I would say Discord should be good to go to try. Do a hard refresh, though. Just because it is static assets. But yeah, I think Wasm is magic. Really? So it's a new error, at least. Can you show me what the link looks like for you? I mean, I could double check it, too. That's on me. Let me go figure it out. Client ID looks right. Permissions look right. Hold on. Let me double check something. I mean, it says redirect URI was the error. Yeah, let me just double check that then. It's probably very simple. Air brakes. No, it's right there. It was right there. Who here is old enough to recognize that reference I just made, right? The air brakes. Who's old enough to remember that? It's okay if you're not. If you do remember that, your knees probably hurt when you wake up in the morning. It's from Ernest Saves Christmas. He's driving Santa's sleigh. And he's like, oh my God, we're going to crash. And he stops midair, right? Because, you know, flying reindeer, blah, blah, blah. They stop midair. And he looks at the camera. Air brakes. Because he's stopped in the air. Like, it's Ernest. Ernest is an acquired taste. I get it. It works now? Thank you for testing that. Appreciate you there, Tech Brew. I would put Ernest Goes to Camp up there as like one of my favorite films of all time. That's how old I am. All right, so we fixed it. Thank you, Tech Brew. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's start. And hold on, wait. Did people end up voting in this? They did. For some reason, it wasn't updating on the fly. But, right? Someone else go in and, like, vote. Maybe change your votes. All that stuff. I just want to double check this is even, like, working like it should. It's a Meteor application. All right, there we go. There we go. All right. Like a glove. For some reason, when I create the poll, the first time it doesn't wire up the reactivity properly. Like the server-side listening. Most likely user error, but I don't know. Not a big deal. Kind of nice for like just a chill little voting app, right? All right, so back to it. For the Microsoft Teams stuff. Oh, and I missed a bunch of follows. Hold on. Let me shout those out. I'm sorry. It's like I'm smoking weed or something. I don't get it. So yeah. XHD Negative, thank you for the sub. Mike P. Funk, part of the P. Funk All-Stars, right? BSS Jungler, Ephraim Haber, Tech Brew, Boss, Juan Cuenga, Hoxie, Shark Spot 1, Tino Music, Jesus Kun, or Kun, I don't know how to pronounce it, Dev Koku, 9mm for your force, Geek Power, R5 Dan, Christian Barajas. Thank you all for the follows. I appreciate you. Welcome. So yeah, here we are in the seventh circle of Microsoft. Oh, and here's a big thing, real quick. Yes, you just saw that Nightbot message. Justin Samuels from Render ATL is putting on an open source awards show next year at Render ATL. If there are open source projects that you want to support, that you think deserve recognition and, you know, possibly a chance to have a booth and solicit donations or whatever, feel free, nominate them, right? It could be for an open source project. It could be for like an individual maintainer. It could be for a specific commit of the year. I forget what all the categories are, but check out the commits.dev. I think it's really cool. I hate the fact that they call this SSO, but it's correct enough, I guess. Ooh, so hold on. Here's the thing. I actually have... All right, hold on. Do I have it? Nope. That's the wrong domain. I think we have login with Microsoft, right? Yeah, so we have an application made inside of Microsoft stuff. It's in like the Entra like part of things. So we at least have an account that we could associate the Microsoft Teams like bot account with. So that's good. I was worried I'd have to do all that BS. Yeah, we already have like an app registered. I don't remember how to get there. Best practice is to make a new auth app for the Teams thing. Really? Instead of reusing the one that I'm doing like OAuth with? Oh. Do you have any like reasoning for that? Separate app registration for each? Why is that a benefit? Yeah. Like how Geek and Dan are responding. I almost feel like we should reuse it. I'm curious, like Tech Brew keeps everything separate security-wise. Okay, so a leaked secret. There's like a firewall to it at that point. If you leak one secret, you're at least not leaking the other. I can see that. I could get behind that. Yeah, no, I could get behind that. Yeah. No, I'm okay with it. API scopes can still be managed on the enterprise side. What does that mean? Teams could give someone access to a big Teams org? I mean, so is it not like Discord? Where like the Discord like webhook URL that I get is only for that one channel I've been granted access to. Is that not the way the Teams API works? I would think that whatever I have there would be scoped just the one thing. That is how it works. Okay. All right. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm that worried. No, yeah. I can see that. And nothing wrong with being overly cautious. Right? Like my secret for my app would be the thing that like is done to validate the code flow, right? The code that I get back from the OAuth flow. But other than that, it wouldn't be able to do anything without you specifically authorizing it at your org for the channel that you've given it access to. So it shouldn't be able to leak too much as long as I'm only asking for the permissions that I actually need. If I were to request all permissions, then yeah, there'd be a problem if I leak that. One app registration for each application, and then one for each service using the app registration. Okay. If I was asking for more permissions, I think I'd agree with that. I don't know if I'm asking for enough permissions to worry about it for this application. Because all I need is like a single like message push like endpoint permission to like one channel within your team's organization. I'm not requesting anything to like read anything about your org, members, any of that stuff. So I feel like the permissions should be limited enough that it wouldn't be an issue. I'm just double checking. Yeah. I like thinking out loud. That's the whole part of like streaming. You gotta like say the things you're thinking as you're thinking them. Otherwise, it's a really boring stream. You can create separate or multiple API keys for an individual app and use them for separate calls if you were really that concerned. That's right. Yes, because in the Microsoft or Azure, whatever, like application thing, each secret has its own like scopes, as opposed to like the app registration having its own scopes. I forgot about that. Yeah, you're totally right. I ran into that because there was only so many keys I could create. And with my 3 environments, I was going over that limit. So I had to create a separate app per environment. But then that means that, if I can do 2 keys, each key could be scoped separately for each environment, right? So I might eventually have 6 different keys, right? 2 per environment. One would be for the OAuth login flow, and the other would be for like authorizing pushing to a Teams channel. Yeah. Okay. Nah, this is good. Yeah, I already ran into like the limit of how many keys they let you have though. Like I definitely ran into that already. So we have to do like an app per environment. But then that frees us up to have separate keys for like each scope. Cool. All right, so I guess maybe I need to log in to Azure. App per environment's the way to go. Okay, right? Like we had to do it just because of what I discovered, but yeah, it seems like I landed on the right thing anyway because of whatever. Let me double check this. That's the wrong key. I'm wondering if I have it in 1Password or if I have it in a different browser. Oof. I don't see the one for Azure. Well, shit. It might be a different browser. Because I don't see it there. Shit. All right. Well, that's fun. Oh, I was doing it through Firefox. Okay. Let me zoom in. That was maybe too much. So yeah, I'm doing like the Entra ID thing. I thought. Oh, I guess I am doing it all through one app? I could have sworn I split those out. Oh, all right. So I might be messing that up. I may need to create more app registrations. I could have sworn I was doing one per environment. Yeah. Let me just keep like clicking around and double checking stuff. Oh, I just didn't create one for staging. Oh, no, that was it. I remember thinking like, oh, I'm limited by client secrets. I mean, I'll just delete this one. Yeah, see? Unable to save because credential limit is reached. So yeah, this is where I'd have to like split these things out more. And then Amilanite, could you say that events in JavaScript are an implementation of the observer pattern? I think I don't remember that part of the Gang of Four book that well. I would say yes, but it's not something that you have like full control over. So like seeing how many things are listening to an event is something harder. Whereas typically when you do the observer pattern from scratch, you're able to list all of the listeners. And there may be a way to do that in JavaScript, but I just don't remember. Anyone else want to chime in on that? I'll admit it's definitely not something I'm an expert on. Yeah, my problem with the Gang of Four book is when someone reads it for the first time, as they're going through each chapter, every nail becomes like the nail you want to hammer with the hammer you just read about. So, yeah, at first, oh, yeah, I'm going to use the observer pattern for everything. And then you read the next chapter and it's like, oh, I'm going to use the other pattern for everything. And I don't know, I feel like a lot of people shoehorn those patterns when they don't necessarily need to be there. Yeah, JS, you can't get all listeners. Yeah. But like whenever I have implemented the observer pattern, I've made it to where you can listen, or you can list all the listeners, because that type of registration becomes valuable. But yeah, I mean, I think the patterns are useful, if only to recognize when these frameworks you're using actually use them. That becomes extra cool, right? Like the factory pattern. Well, yeah, if you become familiar with the factory pattern, you'll start spotting it all over the place. What's another one? Like query builders. Those are basically the factory pattern, right? Or I'm trying to remember. Yeah, like basically like query builders end up implementing one of the patterns in the book, and I forget which one. Yeah, query builders are really nice, for sure. I prefer a good query builder over any ORM any day of the week, right? Like a query builder with a good repository pattern becomes really valuable. Like Ecto in Elixir, or what was it, Doctrine in PHP? I definitely preferred Doctrine over, what was it, Propel? But this is like old PHP shit. An ORM is an object relational modeler, meaning an object represents each row in your database. So when you want to edit an object that represents a row in the database, you need to call object.save, right? If you're like truly doing the ORM pattern. All right, so like think about like active record. As far as I remember, active record is a full-on like ORM, where you get this thing that is this like active record object that you have to call .save on for it to save to the database. Whereas a query builder, you're just basically building a SQL query using a DSL that's given to you, and you hide that stuff away inside of a repository that has methods that you call elsewhere. So as an example, here in Elixir, I have my model, which might be this like keyword event, right? This is the model, but then for saving keyword events or whatever, I'm just, maybe this isn't an exact example, right? Like list keyword events by org ID and keyword ID and platform. Like, yeah, sure, this is a little more verbose than it should be. I bet there's some better way to name it or whatever. But then I'm just crafting this query using the query builder pattern. And yeah, it's not the same as like a DSL, but it's better than writing raw SQL inside of a string. And I just have this repository method that I can call elsewhere in my application. So it localizes all of the SQL stuff into this one file. And I'm still just calling these elsewhere. That's the repository pattern. But then the query builder is this versus some like heavy ORM magic. And as an example, right, because this is technically the query builder, I could take this query, and this query is then that, and then I could do other things to the query. Oh, right? Like query something and do some other stuff to it, right? Like the query is its own object, you know? Oop. Oh God, what did I just do? Did I close it by accident? I think I accidentally closed my editor there. I totally did. Whoops. Do I save any of the messages? You mean like in the application? Yeah. Like only the events that match someone's keyword. So I don't save like messages that didn't match. So Drizzle, the big difference between query builders and ORMs is ORMs often do the relationship stuff for you. Yeah, so we do save that. Yep. Drizzle, I would say, is closer to a query builder than some of the other stuff. So if you're familiar with like older JavaScript style like ORMs and things like that, then you might be familiar with what is it? Connects. Connects.js is just a query builder, but it has things like migrations and the other stuff you care about. But then if you wanted like a full-on ORM on top of Connects, you could use Bookshelf, which is still on top of Connects, but it gives you the patterns you would expect from a proper ORM, where it's like bookshelf model, and then it's like user.create, etc. Like a bunch of that kind of bullshit. Like user ID.fetch. Like, I don't know. Modern day full-blown ORM. Maybe the one that's... I think there's one in Nest.js that might be closer. I don't know. I haven't reached for a proper ORM in ages because I don't like the pattern. I do remember AngularJS used to have some like ORM type implementation, like ng resource or something like that fucking sucked. Like, dude, I remember working with someone at one point, like at the first job I ever had, there were two big JavaScript projects that came down the pipeline. I ended up getting one, and another dude ended up getting the other. I went with the service pattern for data fetching and saving and all that stuff. He went with ng resource. Turn around 3-4 months later, that dude's no longer at the company because he was a fucking asshole. And the lead for a lot of our stuff, yeah, I ended up chatting with him. He's like, oh yeah, no, that shit sucked. I had ripped it out. It was the worst. It was the worst. Because there's too much magic with full-blown ORMs, in my opinion. I'm not fully against magic, but magic should allow you to see into the inner workings. And ng resource was like the worst version of that magic, in my opinion. Because it was a front-end thing trying to abstract out back-end things like an ORM. And it was just a really bad pattern. Whereas instead, you can just do the REST API like request logic in a proper like service, and then there's way less magic and stuff to worry about. There you go, Magic the Gathering fans in shambles. But yeah, let's do the shout-out thing. What you up to, Blaze? Belize is what I typed. For everyone that came in from Theo's stream, let me just point out that I'm pretty sure Theo maybe feels the same way for at least backend stuff, because he's a huge fan of Elixir and Phoenix, and Elixir's go-to ORM is Ecto, and Ecto is more of a query builder than a proper ORM, but it does give you basically everything you need, which is really cool. But because it's more like, because Elixir is a functional language, ORMs just don't fit in that paradigm very well. So, Blazebits, you're fighting LLMs doing dumb stuff. I mean, you could have just said fighting LLMs. The doing dumb stuff part was redundant. And I'm being facetious. LLMs can do some really cool shit. It's just if you let them run wild, you get what you give. What time do I normally stream? I stream from around 1 or 2 p.m. Pacific time until at least 6 p.m. And some nights I go way later, like tonight. And I do that 5 days a week. I take Wednesdays and Sundays off. So I take Wednesdays and Sundays to actually do like work, so I don't fall behind and so I don't get fired. And I'll have to do that at least until I have a project that makes me money, or until I get VC funding. Drizzle is a little bit more than just a query builder because of the way that they handle the like the relations and things like that. So Drizzle will handle at least a little bit of populating like nested properties and things. And Ecto does a little bit of that too. So I would say it's closer to ORM than pure query builder. If you want to like see a pure query builder, there's Keasley, which is by the dude that made Connects. This is purely a query builder. It doesn't have any concern for relations and like, you know, foreign keys and all that stuff. It's just not its concern. So I would say Drizzle is somewhere in the middle. Keasley is pure query builder. Drizzle is farther towards ORM without going full on ORM. Oh, thank you, Todd. I appreciate that. I just need to remember like when their CFP is. So, Todd, next time their CFP starts up, if you could give me a reminder, that'd be huge. Do I like Convex for backend? Personally, I don't like any of those backends as a service. Doesn't mean they're bad, it just doesn't solve problems that I have. I would rather have the database close to my backend in some way. If I'm doing an Elixir project, I'll just host the database on the same server as my backend until I need to scale and solve that problem differently. If I'm doing like an AWS Lambda thing, I'm going to be using DynamoDB. And then, yeah, that's a separate solution to that problem. Mm-hmm. Where do I host my DB when scaling? If it's a thing where I truly, truly know I'm going to need to scale, it'll probably be AWS Lambda and DynamoDB. I mean, anyone smart uses US East 1 because if the rest of the internet's down, then your app is forgiven for being down too. Whereas if you're elsewhere and your app goes down but everything else is up, you're on the hook. If everything's down, your app is forgiven for being down. Yep. Home basement 2 region. I live in an apartment, man. Shit. I don't think my neighbor would be stoked. But you'd still need to go beyond a backend as a service when needed. Yeah, I mean, I don't find as much value in backends as a service. I understand that other people like it. I don't find self-hosting a database on the same server as your, backend API to be that much of a problem for something small enough. And when you do need to scale, there are other solutions that you can look at. I mean, even with AWS, there's, what is it, like Aurora or Athena? No, it's Aurora. I'm pretty sure Aurora can scale to 0 if you need the SQL stuff. Athena's the thing to like query static files, right? That's a separate thing. But yeah, Aurora is a scale to 0 SQL database. I would opt for that if I really needed like super scalable SQL. Here's a secret that a lot of people maybe don't let you know. A single server with a single database instance and maybe like a read replica will scale really fucking far. I'm pretty sure I remember hearing that Cursor was going through like a single database instance for a long fucking time. They may have changed that, but at least during their like heaviest scaling, yeah, it was just a vertically scaled single instance with maybe a read replica, and you're good. Aurora is a scale to 0 SQL implementation. So it has the benefits of like DynamoDB, where if you're not querying it, you're not paying for nearly as much of it. But then when you do need to deal with it, you're not dealing with where the servers live, right? It's like serverless SQL at that point. Scale to 0 means like if no one's querying this thing, I'm not paying for the cost of it as much. AWS Lambda is scale to 0. If no one calls the Lambda endpoint, I don't get charged. So if I don't have users, it's free. Now, there's definitely nuance to that statement, but being able to have a service scale to 0 if you don't have users is really important for people like me who are bootstrapping. If you're VC funded, fuck it, burn that shit. But the entire like serverless architecture is built on the idea of scale to 0. Exactly, yep. Whereas, like, if you pay for a VPS, you're paying $5 a month for that DigitalOcean droplet, whether someone hits it or not. You're paying $5 a month for that DigitalOcean droplet, even if you turn it off. If you don't delete it, they're still charging you. So there is no scale to 0 with a persistent service like a DigitalOcean droplet. All right, so hold on. Give me a second. I do have to pee. Y'all want to see the best BRB screen on Twitch? All right, I'm back. You know, sometimes you gotta go. Yeah, I haven't used Aurora myself, so take that with a grain of salt. I have read that it's scaled to 0, but I haven't used it myself. DynamoDB is basically scaled to 0, except you still pay for like the data storage. And I would assume Aurora is the same way. So like however much data you have in there, they're going to bill you for that, whether you get a request to the database or not. But you're still mostly billed on the requests and reads and writes and all that shit. And Dan, I appreciate you. Like we're getting super distracted and you're way on task. I appreciate you. What's up, Owen? How you doing? So yeah, hold on. Let me close some of these things that we don't need anymore. And yeah, I still think convex and all that stuff is cool. I'm not saying don't use it. I'm just saying I don't necessarily find a use for it for any of like the business stuff I'm trying to build. If I just want to launch some side project, yeah, I'll heavily consider it. I'm pretty sure I've launched stuff on top of Supabase before. I'm pretty sure I've launched stuff on top of CockroachDB. I've launched stuff on top of other things too. So Cinexa, you're asking why not just raw SQL compared to what? Compared to the Keasley stuff that you just saw? Because the editor tooling for SQL sucks. Editor tooling for raw SQL really fucking sucks. Meanwhile, a query builder in your language of choice has things like the language server protocol and all that that makes it way easier to deal with. You get syntax checking in a way that you wouldn't with raw SQL, to the same degree at least. I tend to prefer Elixir and how they do this stuff. And if you look at Elixir, it looks a bit closer to raw SQL, but no, this is a query builder and it will yell at me when I fuck something up in a really good way. So this is my preferred pattern, and I still just do like the repository pattern on top of that. But could you imagine writing this in basically like a SQL string? Ugh, no thank you. Yeah, exactly. What's my go-to stack? It depends on the problem I'm solving. I've been doing front end long enough that front end stacks don't concern me. I just want something that has libraries written so I don't have to write shit from scratch. That means I'm typically reaching for React. But I've been writing front end using frameworks since Ember. Since Ember was like the thing to use. I've used Ember, Angular, AngularJS, React, Svelte, Vue. I've used all of them. I haven't used Svelte in a professional capacity, but all the others I just mentioned I have used on the job. I've done Meteor. Yeah, exactly. I've used all this shit. I won the Solid JS hackathon last year. Like, I'm not picky. They're not sports teams. I just want to be productive when I decide to be productive. And for that reason, I'll typically reach for React. Does it mean I'm the best React dev in the world? No, you should see how ugly some of these use effects I've made are. Ooh, buddy. They're really ugly. So yeah, as far as the front end goes, that's my opinion about SPAs. For static site generation and documentation sites, Astro. Hands down, Astro is the one true choice for me at this point. If I'm building a docs site or a marketing site, I'm building it with Astro. For the back end, that also has a lot of caveats. If I'm building something that I know will need to scale, it's going to be AWS Lambda and DynamoDB. I know Theo hates Architect, which is like a framework for spinning up AWS Lambdas. One of my favorite compliments I've ever gotten was I made Architect seem useful. And that was from Theo, which I'm really proud of. Because I built my own like meta framework on top of it for middleware and like my ORM for Dynamo. And ORM's a light thing, but it's like, yeah, I built my own framework on top of Architect that makes it really useful. At this point, though, I'm kind of regretting building it on Architect for JavaScript because it would be better if I was using Rust. Because when it comes to Lambda performance and cold starts, C++ and Rust, they're it, right? 15 millisecond cold start? Woo, that's nice. That's really nice. ViewPress is all right. Nah, I still prefer Astro for anything I would use ViewPress for. Astro allows you to use Vue if you want anyway. No, a Millenite. Oh, I see what you're saying. That's not cold, that's hot as like a play on words. But yeah, like with Rust, 15 millisecond cold start, 9 millisecond hot start. That's amazing. So I, at some point, will end up rewriting the framework I have on top of Architect into a Rust version of the same thing. I'm just lazy. Because cold starts aren't the only problem, but it's nice to not make it a problem. Lambda is pay as you go. Yes, exactly. Lambda is you only pay when this function is invoked. You're not paying for like a server. But it also scales to a crazy level. No matter what, even with ECS, you're paying the bare minimum of like however many servers you need running as a baseline. Right? So technically, to do that right, you should probably have 3 nodes for like the consensus algorithm bullshit and all that, right? I don't know. I can let that be someone else's problem. I guess I'm thinking about like if you were doing Kubernetes on ECS. But really, you'd probably use EKS instead, right? But it's a problem that I've never had for my side shit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. It really depends on the expectations. There's a reason architects are paid really well, because they have to actually understand the use case and the constraints more so than anything. You build based upon those constraints more so than what your favorite toy is. You haven't used Lambda functions in prod for main app functionality, mostly for reporting. Sure, I get it. The problem with Lambda, I think a lot of people will eventually run into, is that there is a concurrency limit for each individual Lambda function. And it's somewhere around like 10,000 concurrent instances of that function. And each instance of that function can handle a bunch of requests, right? As it like, finishes one, it starts another, all that stuff. Like, so you're going to scale to more than 10,000 concurrent users, but at some point you will hit that limit for that Lambda. Instead, and this is where some people may disagree, there's the idea of like, you could spin up your entire REST API as a single Rust Lambda, but then you're going to hit that 10,000 concurrency limit. Meanwhile, if you have a Lambda per endpoint, that gives you a lot more leeway on what's going to hit those limits. Certain functions, certain like Lambdas will hit that. Yes, I mean, it becomes a nice problem to have, for sure. Yeah. Like, all of these are a nice problem to have. But in the end, if you are doing a single Lambda per endpoint in your REST API, that gives you so much more scalability. And most people I've heard argue against AWS Lambda are the people that say, oh no, we're just doing like our entire API in a single Lambda. I actually consider that the wrong approach, because if you're using Lambda in the first place, you should be expecting that you're going to go beyond the limits we're talking about. I mean, it's not a single point of failure because of how Lambda works. So keep that in mind. It's still just one of those things, like, the bigger that single Lambda is, the longer it takes to deploy. And like, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff to think about when you're making these decisions. And if you're not thinking about it, well, that's up to you. Exactly. I 100% agree, Tino, but I've seen Dax, right? You guys know Dax, right? I've seen him say the Lambda per endpoint pattern is an anti-pattern, and I just simply disagree. I would assume there's nuance to where and why he said that, and maybe I just missed that nuance. Yeah, there you go. Calling something an anti-pattern is an anti-pattern. Hold on. I even made a YouTube video. I forgot the phrasing of it, but what was it? X considered harmful. Yeah, considered harmful essays have been considered harmful for ages. Dijkstra didn't even name that essay himself. Some marketing asshole did. LK, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? And then Silver X Parton, thank you for the follow as well. Christian, we called out. Awesome. And X Factor, I might have missed that Prime sub. I don't think I did, but thank you so much, man. But okay, so we can go back to looking at some things. Oh, hold on, Tech Brew. You found a bug with Anthropic. You went to sub for the $20 plan, and it charged you and put you on Claude Max. Looks like you're trying Max for a month. Oof. Yeah, that's brutal. LK, though, thank you for the sub as well. Hell yeah, dude. Man, dude, Dan, you're gonna have to take it easy, right? The amount of effort you're putting in, I feel like I need to pay you. I'm broke. I can't afford to pay nobody. No, this is the best. Like, this is concurrent, right? This is like concurrency in general. We can bullshit and we can like let our background brain keep processing stuff, and that's the magic of our brains, actually, right? There's focused thought and diffuse thought. Dan is basically acting as our diffuse thought part of our brain right now, which I appreciate, man. Yeah, you're just reading the docs, getting intrigued by them. Yeah, that's huge, dude. That's the best, man. And Bobby Mack, thank you for the follow. And then hold on, where am I on the Lambda cold start perf board? I'm using JavaScript, which means I'm at like the 150 millisecond cold start part, which isn't ideal. But if I did 11RT instead of Node.js, we could shrink that down to 50 milliseconds. I haven't done that. I'm not doing that for this project at all, but I have another project that I'm actually planning on dog fooding into the project I'm currently working on. Yeah, 150 milliseconds is an eternity for a cold start. Honestly, though, if you're responding within 300 milliseconds to most API requests, that's actually fine. So as long as your actual function runs in less than 50 milliseconds, 200 milliseconds isn't the end of the world. Right? Most users don't perceive anything less than 300 milliseconds, you know? Yeah, exactly. So, yes, 150 is way worse than it could be, but it's also not the end of the world because that cold start should only happen every once in a while. Hold my beer. Yeah, exactly. Like, load certain applications, 150 milliseconds is a drop in the bucket. Now you're thinking with portals. Yeah, to most users, for sure. But if you end up hitting like a cascade of 150 milliseconds, well, then that's a huge problem. So if you have this like waterfall of requests, the problem isn't the 150 milliseconds, it's the waterfall at that point. And even with fast 15 millisecond cold starts, if you're hitting a chain of 4 or 5 of them, it's going to feel slow. Right? Because your browser still incurs some kind of like gap between those requests anyway. Yep. Blade slide out nav bars? Ooh, yeah. Hold on. I'm keeping up. And then, yeah, whoever kicked off that hype train, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And, no, Bobby Mack, don't worry about it. Here's a thing that most people don't know. Twitch will drop follows. Twitch will absolutely drop follows. It's a thing that just happens. I believe it ends up being part of like how they combat like the follow bot problem. So if you haven't been to a channel for a long time, they might just drop your follow. You remember when the Azure portal was made in Silverlight? Damn, geek power. How's that regular delivery of Metamucil coming? How much does your AARP like dues cost every month? I'm just bullshitting. I'm sorry. I'm that old too. I'm 41. You know. Yeah, I remember using ActionScript. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah. I'm old too. I should probably have a regular subscription to Metamucil. I should probably be growing prunes in my backyard. I don't have a backyard. But yeah, if I had one, I'd be growing prunes. All right, yeah. Thank you for that, Hype Train. Appreciate y'all. All right, let's keep digging into this stuff. So yeah. So developer portal for Teams, previously known as App Studio. Right, so I'd need to create a new app. And yeah, just because I'm doing this doesn't mean we got to stop chatting. Oh, that's right. Hold on. Oh, they'll let anyone in. That's fun. Oh, it's like a whole separate portal? Really? It is. All right, hold on. You see, you're not the only one. I mean, Tino, I said it earlier. I'm more productive here than I would be otherwise. Y'all can't distract me nearly as much as I distract myself. I had to find my password. Here it is. Here it is. Okay, so I'm guessing because I don't have a Microsoft Teams Messijo.com organization, that's the problem we're running into. Yeah, I don't have a Microsoft org. You need a Microsoft 365 org. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm clicking the sponsored result because fuck them. Oh no, I'm gonna have to pay money. I don't need Defender. I just want to build a product for it. I don't want to actually use it. Yeah, I think maybe I want to wait till I have a customer that needs it. Yeah. Oh, dev program? Okay. Yeah, like there's gotta be a free dev platform. Like, come on, man. All right, so hold on. All right, hold on. So we can do this. Is this an application to be sold in market? I think it is, right? I think it's the first one. Okay. Hold on. Let me get more music going. It's not a custom solution for each customer though. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, for sure. Like like if I was a client agency, I would see number 2 being it. Yeah. Dude, and can I just say, I am really, really thankful and happy for these universal power supplies I got. They massage the, like, maybe like a dirty sine wave, etc. They also handle, like, spikes and other shit. And they have just all toggled on because of some weird ass fucking, like, power spike that this apartment's grid just had. It's like windy out there, so I get it. But, dude, it blows my mind how bad the power grid here in Washington is. And it's always been this way. Well, we got more trees. You think there aren't trees in the other parts of the country? No, they just have a better power grid. Definitely not worse than Texas, touche. But Texas also doesn't have trees. No, that was a complaint. Like, I've lived on the East Coast before. When we moved out to Washington, power would go out in Woodinville all the time, and Woodinville is actually like the absolute worst part of the power grid. The absolute worst part of the power grid here in like the Seattle area. My mom called up the power company at one point complaining, saying like, what's the deal? This shit's so bad. And yeah, no worries, Dan. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all the links. Like, yeah, we'll figure this out. I'll be back here on Monday. Maybe see you then. My mom called them up complaining, and they were like, well, we just have so many trees, as if trees don't exist anywhere else other than Washington. Like, it was such a cop-out bullshit excuse from the power company. You want to move back here to Washington? I mean, I like being in Washington. I snowboard at Stevens Pass, and I would have a hard time moving elsewhere because I can find powder at Stevens Pass like days after it snowed. Meanwhile, like, dude, Mount Baker tracked out within the day. Most places in Tahoe tracked out within the day. Most places in Utah tracked out within the day. Like, Stevens Pass has that, like, that niche of, like, most of the people that ride there are weekend warriors that don't ride powder. And it has, like, shade in all the right places to where that stuff stays good even if it's been sunny and, you know, crusting over in certain spots. All right, but yeah, what areas of development am I interested in? Microsoft Teams. Phone number?
What does it do? What's it for?
Hold on, I have to actually go grab my phone. This is the first time today I've had to go grab my phone. All right, here we go. You hate summers. Oh, yeah, I hate summers too. Thing is, in Texas during the summer, every place has air conditioning, right? Did you have air conditioning when you lived here in Washington? The odds are that you didn't. And at least within the past 5 to 10 years, there's at least a week within the summer where I wish I had air conditioning. Just give me a second. I got to do the weird multi-factor auth thing. Now Microsoft has my phone number. Ah, fuck. I'm sure they'll just turn around and give it to Palantir. What up, Coppinger? Hey, dude, Mr. Sir. Ah, hold up. So wait, Blaze, we gave you the proper shout out, right? Yeah, Palantir already has it. Exactly. Yeah, what you up to, Cop? Dude, no worries, man. Yeah, how was your vibe engineering going? This portal looks worse than Azure? You're not wrong. Sidetracked with a crazy client opportunity? Oh, well, that's huge. Hell yeah, so back to the rectangles. Now, someone earlier was talking about how they appreciated that I'm not like vibe coding and they've seen like too many other people vibe coding. And I just pushed back, pointing out, like, dude, you're a designer. If you could vibe engineer something from the designs you have, that's awesome, right? Like, now you're not depending on some no-lifer like me to make that thing a reality. You can actually prototype something way quicker. I think there's a lot of value to that. And like some of that stuff, like, dude, the Figma MCP is magic, dude. Like, fucking magic. Yep. So yeah, just because I don't do it doesn't mean that I don't see value. Yeah, when we say pretty solid, when you start to look, you're going to find like the cracks in that solidness. But at the end of the day, just getting something out there that a user can test to prove an idea is so fucking valuable. Right? And once you find something that solves a problem for users, well, then yeah, then you can put in the actual engineering effort that it needs. But why waste all that time until you've actually like found a product market fit, right? Like startup talk. You're absolutely right. Right? And we all vibe something. I'm doing vibe product development because I didn't actually find users. I'm building an application in search of users when instead I should be finding a thing that users need. But I think users need what I'm building anyway, so fuck it. The hype is mostly around transforming NPCs to prototype builders. Imagine how it's transforming actual developers. Your hot take for the day. I mean, we don't have to imagine how it's transforming actual developers. What it's doing is it's turning developers into code reviewers. That's not the fun part of dev to me. At all. And if I'm being honest, I heard my boss say the other day, no, it's changing the bottleneck from writing the code to being code review. No, code review was always the bottleneck. Now it's just a bigger bottleneck. Code review has always been the bottleneck. On every team I've ever been on, code review has been the bottleneck. See, I disagree, but I think it depends. Like, to that effect, Tech Brew, that bug I ran into earlier, I instinctively knew where to go to solve it. If I had vibe coded that shit, or if I had let AI take the wheel, I'd have to let AI take the wheel in solving it too. Meanwhile, I have this mental map that AI can't take the place of. Now, that's just me being a curmudgeon, maybe. But I think there's somewhere, like, between the two extremes, the truth is somewhere in the middle. Right? But yes, writing the code has never been the bottleneck for me. Code review has always been the bottleneck. When I've led front-end teams, they still assign me all the tickets as if I'm going to be productive like an independent developer, but then I'm also on the hook for reviewing every single pull request for an entire team. Why do you think I'm capable of a full-time dev load and a full-time code review load? And the dude who speaks up in, like, planning meetings. But that's just the nature of team leadership. But yes, code review has always been the biggest bottleneck for every team. If you're assigning me tickets as if I'm a full-time dev, and I'm on the hook for reviewing every other dev's PRs, and I'm on the hook for planning bullshit and all the meetings that involves, there's a problem there. But good luck convincing business otherwise. Good luck convincing some shitty middle manager of that shit. Vibe coding is a better onboarding experience? I'm curious what you mean by onboarding at that point. I think bringing a new dev onto a team, the biggest value add is making them productive as quick as possible while still giving them a chance to, like, enter into the code base at a certain point and spider from that point, right? Like, expand out their knowledge base of understanding the code base from this single point of the first ticket that they had to solve. And they start making these, like, mental map connections of, like, where this thing is, where that ties to. And I think LLMs are actually really good at least creating this map that helps you figure out where you should spider out to. But if you just let AI take the wheel, you never build that mental map. And that mental map is so much more valuable because we have a way larger context window than any LLM will ever have. Or maybe not ever, but for a while. You may not think it, you may not acknowledge it, but your memory, your brain's context window is way more than 1 million tokens. It doesn't feel that way all the time, but it's true. You're absolutely right. No, and I get that. I totally get it there, Tino. That's why I typically, when someone's actually asking here in chat, like, what language should they learn? I say HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Start with the HTML, CSS part, because you see results in your browser immediately, and the only thing you need to do is have a browser. So as far as, like, learning goes, yes. Even if you don't want to be a web dev, starting out with web dev is a really good progressive, like, path. As you learn more, you expand, right? And when some people say like, no, start with fundamentals, like start with C. Dude, to be productive with C, you need to learn how to set up your development environment first. You need to actually install a compiler. You need to do so much shit before you can even see something happen. Like, seeing results as quick as possible for learners, massive. So, Alex, hold on. I'm not sure they meant Rails in the way you're talking about Rails. Actually, no, Bobby Mack probably did mean that. When I read what they said, I thought you were talking about Ruby on Rails. So, no, I misunderstood that. I think you totally got what they were saying. I misunderstood it. My bad. Nah, never mind. I went back and reread it. I'm the one that was wrong. No, you're totally right. It's like I'm drinking whiskey or something. I don't get it. All right, so FNU LNU? That's not me. Why do they think that's my name? Are they talking shit? I think they're talking shit. I'm pretty sure they told me to go fuck myself. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. I'm pretty sure this just told me to sit and spin. Do I have a Visual Studio subscription? I do not. Now, this is the developer program that we just signed up for. The speaker is now FNULNU. Yeah. Yeah, now we got to find teams. Ah, shit. Here we go again. They won't even let me select anything. M. Chisholm, you're talking about in the app, that 100 events a month on the free tier? We just stop responding, right? We just don't notify you. I don't currently qualify. Ah, shit. You don't current qualify. Another bug. So they are telling me to sit and spin. We're not wrong. Yeah. They actually just told me to go fuck myself. That's the Microsoft version of telling me to go fuck myself. Bufu, buy us, fuck you. Yeah, X Factor, you're referencing the movie wrong. Yeah, that's from How High, right? Study high, take the test high, get high scores. So basically, I'm going to have to reach out to someone. How much is a Visual Studio subscription? I should be able to create a new Entra tenant. I mean, I have an Entra application. Like, I have an app registration on Azure Entra. I just want to create a bot for Microsoft Teams. Is that so wrong? Yeah, jar sauce. It is 10:30. This may actually just be a good moment. Yeah, now we understand why there are not many Teams like integrations. Yeah, the app's associated with a personal Microsoft account right now. Yeah, you're not wrong. What's up, Chonky? Yeah, no, this might be a good moment to just call it good for the day. I'm on the fence if I should actually tweet that. Yeah, exactly. Hold on, wait. Maybe there's a better tag. I don't know. Like, do you know what the account would be? Microsoft 360 Dev? 365 Dev? Damn it! You nailed it, Gawkin. That's what it is. It's first name unknown, last name unknown. Damn, I think you're right. That's got to be it. Can I just say real quick, Tech Brew Boss, you sound like the evil devil on my shoulder at the moment. Like, post it. Yes. Like, dude. Like, that's what it feels like. Yes, post it. Like, dude. For sure. That's what it feels like at the moment. The entire point of this post is so I don't have to pay the money. I mean, dude, duh. But I want to enhance their platform by adding a product to their marketplace that makes Teams actually usable. Fuck me, right? Now, here's the thing. I bet I actually have a personal, like, CM Griffing account that would qualify. But I don't want to operate Messijo from that account. Like, I've done a sponsored stream for Microsoft before. I've done 2. Who here remembers those? Who here has been here long enough that they remember that shit? Hell yeah, dude. 12,000 views? That's nothing to shake a stick at. Damn, I look so young, even with that terrible mustache. I was so much thinner then. But yeah, it's like a personal account, and I don't want to use that for business. We did another thing, too. They didn't actually post a video about it, but we did a stream where I did a sponsored stream for their decentralized identity thing. Like, I've done 2 sponsored Microsoft streams that I thought were fantastic, fun streams. Anyone remember when we did NPMPM? There's that cold start. There was that cold start. There was that JavaScript cold start, because this is AWS Lambda based, but it still works 4 years later. Maybe 3 years later. All right, so hold on. Here's part of the game. Here's the rules of the game, right? The goal, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to find English words that are not already repos in NPM. It's harder than you think. Let's check out the rules just to be sure. Letters only, real words only, English only, 3 letters minimum, 10 letters maximum. Because everything needs constraints. And we're already logged in, I thought, but whatever, we'll just do it again. See how much quicker that was? No cold start on that one. Christmas. Zero points, it's taken. A self-executing Christmas tree 12 years ago. Am I in the Microsoft AI Cloud Partner Program? I had to use the AI, cognitive services APIs for the one sponsored stream that had, the long hair and the mustache. I did have to use that, and I feel like they've been renewing me, but I don't know. It's been a while. Anyone else got a word that they think is not an NPM project? So, carpenters, the plural of it is probably not taken, so we might get 1 point. Now, we do get the 2 points, but I bet carpenter is taken, right? Taken. So the fact that we didn't get just 1 point, yeah, there's a bug in there somewhere, because that should have been identified as close enough to another repo. But also 12 years ago. Yeah, dude. Yeah, NPM has a major, major problem with dead libraries that haven't been touched in ages. You want the word again? I know, that's not what you're saying, but let's try it. Taken 13 years ago. Clippy might not be in the dictionary. Yeah, it's not in our, the dictionary that we had. Dilemma. 0 points, 11 years ago. Hoopla. Ooh. I mean, it should be in there, but it might not. Oh, no, it's taken. 11 years ago. Agony. Very appropriate. 1 point. I guess it's close to some word that is in there. Interesting. Any other words we want to try real quick? Mom. 12 years ago, top secret library. Your mom's on NPM. Stupendous. 2 points. Nailed it. Good job on stupendous there, Jar Sauce. Brew. And then, yeah, the cheapest we can get to do dev. I think I could reach out to someone and do something. But no, Brew's totally taken. $1.99 a month. It always says 12 years. No, we saw 11 and we saw 13. Now, we've seen other values for sure. You could check it. Yeah, you're just getting lucky. You could check it on NPM and you'd see this. We saw 11, we saw 13. So it's not hard-coded to 12. We know that. $11 years ago. Dude, it's a much harder game than you actually think. It's actually crazy. And we made this as part of a sponsored stream for Microsoft's decentralized identity thing. Nope, 6 years ago. Endocrine. Oh, damn. Alex using his fucking hospital shit. Yep. 1 point for endocrine. There's some other word that is taken that's close. So there we go. We'll allow it, but take it easy. Yeah, profanity not allowed. I don't know why that's profane, but it's in the list, so whatever. No, we know you didn't write it twice. The one that we see, we didn't see the first one. I had to click allow to let it be shown. I don't know. I don't think it's profane, but depending on the context, it could be. It's like a more strict list of profanity than it should be. But yeah, so needle. Yeah, we did needle. Needle is 0 points. It's an HTTP client in the Nodelands. I don't know. Lebanese is a proper noun, so I wouldn't expect proper nouns to be in there. Right? Like Scrabble rules. No, I guess it counted. All right. But hold on. Inference taken. It's a dispatcher in the similar vein of Redux. Okay. Multimodal? Oh, I spelled it wrong. Hold on. 1 point. Embedding. 0 points. 9 years ago. Make a package and call it Tech Brew. Why not? For sure. Yeah, exactly, Vibov. It is surprising how hard it is to find a package that is not already an NPM. Graph? Oh, dude. 12 years ago. Right? So, like, so many of these libraries probably have not been touched. Right? Like, version 0.2.0. 300 downloads per week, though. Somehow. Do we think it's that dude's own, like, CI/CD? Probably. 2 points is the maximum, right? So it's 0 points for something that's already there. It's 1 point if it's, like, there's something there, but it's very close. And then it's 2 points if it's not in there at all. So 2 points is the most you will get for any word. NPM is the oldest NPM package. I mean, it's not going to be in our dictionary, so it's not going to count. Colonoscopy. I feel like that's more than 10 letters. It is. Yeah, so 10 letters is the maximum. Colon, taken 8 years ago. It's a JavaScript template engine. Sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me. Break. 10 years ago. Hold on, so wait, colonoscopy. Alligator. 4 years ago. Supraliminal, that's more than 10 letters. Float plane? I doubt that's in our dictionary. Oh, never mind. Nope, but it's taken. Dude, taken. Parrot. Taken 13 years ago. Subliminal. There you go. Ooh, okay. 1 point. Hippocamp. I've heard of the hippocampus. I've never heard of hippocamp. But okay. Hardwood. Okay. It's just another word for hippocampus? Ah, I didn't know that. Okay. Subfloor, totally unused. Someone go snipe it right now. Someone go snipe that right now. Floor, taken 11 years ago. Yep. There are so many packages that never went beyond 0.0.0, but it still somehow gets downloaded 2 times a week. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? Yeah, like floor.js. It has a dependency on another library called Decimal Adjust. Are you fucking kidding me? What? It pulls a dependency. Oh my fucking god, dude. It's by the same fucking dude. It's by the same fucking dude. This is why we can't have nice things. This is why we can't have nice things. No, NPM does not clean house. They are actually anti-cleaning house. All right. Oh, your grandpa actually has FNU? Yeah, how did that get approved for production? Yeah, I'm posting it. Fuck it. Fuck it. If anything, it's funny. It was common in India in the 40s and 50s. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Tech brew, right? It could have been vibe coded for all we know. No, dude, it's a big enough org that fuck it, whatever, you know? It's not a big deal. This isn't actually to make anyone feel bad. If anything, it maybe brings some attention. They're just such a big org that it's hard to care about everything, you know? Sometimes you just gotta ship and deal with the bugs. Sometimes you just gotta ship it. Right? Sometimes you gotta pull a Kmart and ship your pants. You can just ship your pants right now. Yeah, just ship your pants. All right. It is almost 11 p.m. I'm glad I ate some food at least. Woo! Could you imagine if I hadn't eaten anything with all that whiskey in me? We'd be off the rails. More so than right now. But let's go raid someone. Let's see who's going. I'll be back here on this stream on Monday. I'll be on Gaming Channel tonight if y'all want to hang out. Robotic Head, maybe getting a little late, but we could play some Skate or something. But then tomorrow I'll be on Gaming Channel, co-working, doing some stuff. I want to go to the Seattle Art Museum in the morning at least to check out a friend's gallery. I have a friend who actually is part of like the locals gallery at the Seattle Art Museum. That's fucking cool. Like, man, that's cool. I'm really proud of them. So I do want to go check that out tomorrow, maybe, if I wake up at a reasonable hour. But is that a major gallery? Seattle Art Museum is a major gallery. The locals area is maybe not like as big as if you were like famous, but it's still fucking cool. Like they downplayed it. It's bigger than them downplaying it for sure. Yeah, I'm really proud of them. Yeah, it's very cool. But who do we go raid? You went to a place called the Burger and Kebab Hut near UW. The best drunk food you've had. There is some really good drunk food. Yeah, like in the UW area. Oh, let's do this. Hold up. Yeah, we see Shindigs going. Let's go raid Shindigs. They were in here earlier. Yeah. I wish we had a bigger crowd to bring them, but yeah, no, they're awesome. I got to meet them at TwitchCon. They're very cool. It was super fun. Yeah, thank you all for coming in from the raid from Theo. Again, Theo, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I was actually planning on raiding Theo, but I kept drinking the whiskey and kept going, and yeah, he ended up raiding us, which was cool. I do need to thank him, not just for the raid, but for the invite to the rooftop party. That rooftop party was super fun. But we're going to go raid into Shindigs, who I met at TwitchCon as well. I'm going to be over on the gaming channel. Yeah. I know you came from Theo's channel, and I appreciate that. But yeah, just in case you want to hang out while I play some games here in a bit, I'll be over on the gaming channel. I'll be there tomorrow, and then I'll be on this channel on Monday around 1 p.m. Pacific. Maybe 2 p.m. depending on meetings. All right, so I'm going to stop the YouTube stream first, just because I think I left it going yesterday past when I should. When I like change scenes, it doesn't actually like stop the other streams, or not scenes, but like profiles. So I'm going to